I didn't get the. Uh, Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, February the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. How come you guys were giving me a yes before I got on the mic? Because my mic was off, and I'm pretty sure anyway. But good morning, everyone. Oh, thank you, Pepe. So everything's working in the main room and in YouTube. So, well, first of all, look at HIMS, guys. So HIMS basically said, you know what, that cheap pill we were going to offer for $49, okay, we will yank it. So they are down 22% now, 22% HIMS, and Novo's up a little bit. I think Novo's up about 5% or so. Yeah, 5%. So that ends that drama for a while anyway. But man, I can't imagine if people holding on to HIMS thinking this was going to be they were going to somehow fight it and prevail. Look out. So if you're looking, there's HIMS, HIMZ, which is 2 times the move down. HIMS is down 22%, 45% for HIMZ. And I thought I guess I cannot see. I thought there was a short that you could buy for HIMS, but I guess I don't see it here, so maybe there isn't. Just give me one moment, guys. All right. KD, William, I don't know if you're in the room, William. What do you think about KD? This is, no, actually, it's data processing. I thought it was a bio, but down 40% on earnings. Plus, the CFO is leaving amid accounting review. Never a good sign. So that is KD. And where is the next low looking left on a monthly chart? We're at 11 right now. The next low looks like 1113 is there. Looks like 1049 on a monthly chart anyway is the next low looking left for KD. So that's just getting clobbered here. Big float. I mean, 200, that's a quarter of a billion in the float, guys. Down 53% with that float with that news. And the other disaster is PGY. PGY is another disaster here. Another earnings play. Yeah, there's another earnings play, Pagaya. So that is down also a big one, 20, excuse me, at least that float is not as big, 49 million. KD bought IBM Consulting a year ago. Really? W. Harrison? Well, UOKA. I cannot see any reason for this other than the fact that it's ridiculously low float, 660 million or 1,000 in the float. Cannot see any reason for this one being up like this. There's got to be something somewhere. By the way, guys, I did not get an email for the trade of the week, and I actually asked a couple of guys at Trade Ideas, and they didn't get it either. We think it is. Hmm. Well, okay. Well, it is GME. Do you have a target, not a target price, but a suggested entry? I know it's GME. Is it 2551? RC Bremen? They're saying that it's only sending it to people who open the email regularly, but I do, so that didn't work. 25, 20. Okay, thank you. 2520. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, no, it's funny. I didn't get. I open it. They were saying they're only sending it out to people who open it regularly, so they're able to track that, I guess. But um, I don't know. I open. Obviously, I open it every time I get it, so I did not get it. Anyway, so GME is the trade of the week. Suggested entry 25.20 over 25.20. MNTS guys, momentous up partnership with NASA. Okay, they have a partnership with NASA. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Here's Playboy, PLBY. What are they? Why are they moving? Sells 50% of Chinese business. Okay, to UTG for $122 million. What? 50% of its China business to UTG Brands. All right, and they only have 77 million in the float. So that is Playboy, PLBY. ONDS was moving higher. Is it still moving? Look at that. What a pullback. 1029. Well, I guess it's not a huge pullback, but it got up to 1029. Underneath 10 now. Had some news. Secures a $30 million demining program in Israel. I believe this is over several years. All right. What else? Yeah, just mentioning the S. Not up a lot. I mean, the top one here is 76%. So, I mean, that's, it's obviously a decent size, but a lot of times normally we see stocks up 100, 150%. So really not a lot of big moving stock this morning, percentage wise. And don't get me wrong, obviously 26% is a big move, but normally in this, we usually see stocks that are up a lot more. So there's the SXTC and big pop. But then look at that from 468, then right back down to underneath 4. Don't know if there's any news on this one other than it's a China low float. Market is down a little, not a lot. Uh, Anybody have the? I was looking for the Japan country code, country ETF. I was, I don't know why it's just not showing up here because I know Japan had a big move overnight. I guess their premier or the prime minister won a big victory, and the Japan market just exploded overnight. Something like that. I don't have the Japan ETF though. The country ETF. But let's take a look at Sony, just out of curiosity. Yeah. DT guys, DT. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, DT is an earnings play. DT on the move here because the company reported better than expected, and also again, it's all about the guidance. Q4 financial guidance above the estimates. So yeah, so that is DT. Now that is coming right into potentially 39.70 is the next high. Looking left, if they can get through 39.70, then you've got about $2 to the next highs on the daily chart. EWJ, thank you. I don't know why it's not showing up. It's not up that much. Nikkei source a record high on Takaichi win and Wall Street rebound. Takaichi, Takachi, I don't know. Can't pronounce his name because I've never heard it. Valorous, guys, VAL. This is yeah, big move here for Valorous. I think I've never seen, okay, so this is a buyout. Transocean to acquire. Is that Rig? Transocean? Yeah, Rig. There you are. Hakaichi. That's how I would say it. Ah, she is really. That's very interesting in Japan. Very interesting. Now, Bitcoin. Remember the mini euphoria we had on Friday? Bitcoin soaring. Well, down again. So the low of Friday was 37.94, and Bitcoin right now is off $2,300, underneath 70,000 again. I guess this was a recent IPO. I don't recall seeing this one really, but PLYX. And there are very few shares, 9,000 Interactive Brokers available to short. Um, no news on this one that I can see. Only 11,000 shares. Okay, my minimum is 10. How much lower can KD go? So KD is trying to hold 11. Well, it didn't really, though, did it? It actually got down to around 10, just about down to 10. So it's had a bounce off 10, and that's KD. Earnings play, but more importantly, the CFO quitting and or resigning, and some kind of an accounting flap. So that's not the entire news for it, okay? Falls after delaying filings amid accounting review, CFO departs. And effective immediately. Well, somebody said they're buying, or they had bought IBM's something or other. They're buying IBM's. Well, W. Harrison said they bought IBM Consulting 1 year ago. So they're buying somebody else. They're also going to be buying another company because yeah, the trifecta, as you call it. Oh, they're buying a business in the Netherlands. Okay. All right, guys. Well, after wow, the market, I didn't even know this because I'd left early. 1,200 points for the Dow. Q's exploded, of course, the SPY exploded, but the Dow was up 1,200. So let me take a look at some of the major sectors and see what's happening. Nothing happening with energy right now, but yeah, I mean, you're probably going to see most of the sectors looking maybe not quite like this, but energy, what just soaring up. Once it got over that 200-day moving average, look at retail. At least it's in sight. There's the 200-day moving average. It's in sight. Healthcare, yeah, barely in sight. Technology was the one that, yeah, I mean, technology, yeah, had the bump, but it's still not out of the woods yet. I mean, it had the bump on Friday, like probably all the major sectors, but you can see the 200-day moving average rising, and a little bit weak to start this morning. That's technology and communications. Now, even communications after this was all about a couple of the big communication stocks had great earnings releases, and that popped it. But look at this over the last even on Friday, even though the market was just ripping on Friday, communication stocks did not. Financials, XLF. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it is close to that 200-day moving average. That would be a big one if it took it out, in my opinion. XLP, consumer staples still running ahead of it. Once it broke through a few weeks ago, industrials. Yeah, so yeah, it's interesting that consumer discretionary is getting a little bit closer. Materials moving away. Interested in to see what the utilities are doing. Yeah, utilities are hovering around. All right, guys. So that's a quick look at some of the major sectors this morning. More about what they did on Friday. You were involved, W. Harrison. Interesting regarding that IBM Consulting and KD. Yeah. So most of the Bitcoin plays that soared on Friday are starting to give it up. All right. So this is William. So I'm going to take a look at KD and see what he's. It's 100 million shares traded. So or three halts down, whatever comes first. So we're at 5.3 million. So seems seems like your halts, which would be more likely, because that would be remember, it only has 223 million in the float. BFRI has, I don't see, I don't see BFRI anywhere. That's why. So it's just popping over a dollar. That's why I don't see it. It'll show up here soon. As you said, demonstrated favorable cosmetic outcomes and high patient sentiment. What do they do? If I'm afraid to look. Okay, well, it's not. So it's not cosmetic surgery so much. Okay. No kidding, William, on the hymns. Just, uh, I just can't imagine if somebody was holding this up here after that news. Yeah, thanks to JTB. Awful game, but if you're a fan, it was a great game. But I can tell that an awful game if you're just a casual fan. CLSK, CLSK. Yeah, just target lowering, price targets lowering. Good one, WH. All right, guys, let's see now. What time is it now? 9:21. So a couple of minutes, I'll get my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, I'm just going to quickly look to see if there are any other earnings plays that are. There is another one getting kind of smoked here, guys. Not a well, 100,000 volume. MNDY Monday.com. MNDY. This is getting smoked also. Israeli company. The volume is. Hmm. Well, it's a million shares. I'm sorry, I thought it said 99. So good volume. So look at MNDY, another one that's just getting smoked here. Yeah, it's an earnings play. I know, getting smoked. MNDY. I'm just looking at some of the earnings plays I haven't talked about. So down 20%. The company reported Q4. It's all about guidance. Yeah, the guidance below estimates. So yeah, the only earnings play that I can see that has any sort of volume this morning is DT on the upside. On the upside, DT could be something over $100, of course, but I don't have those. I'm not tracking those. Another one, getting Cliff, CLF, another earnings play, getting hit also down 6%. Pretty good volume, big float. Okay, so they say they've received meaningful interest in larger asset sales. Okay, well the trigger is 2520 JTB. So for GME, so it's underneath that. I might get interested again. When I found out who they were looking to buy, it didn't seem like such a big deal to me. It didn't seem to be historical, unless there's something else out there with what was it, APD or APLD or some company. I mean, the CEO hyped the heck out of this, and we're going to be buying some historical. It's going to be historical. Anyway, I do have a thumbnail, so I have a price alert, and so 2520-ish is the trigger. And this is now some of you. I did not get the trade of the week. Um, Evidently, what they're trying to do is only delivering to people who open their emails enough. And even though I open it every week, I did not get it. But Pepe says he doesn't open it that often. He got it. So they may have to do some fine tuning on that. All right, guy. Woo, 9:25. Give me a moment. I want to save my layout here. Save the layout. Okay, let's see if anything snuck in here in the whoops, I was close all. And any stocks snuck in here in the top six. I think I've talked about them all. So we have the UOKA, the Ritter. I didn't mention Ritter. I think there was a reason for it though. I think there was a reason I didn't mention Ritter. That's right. It was just over a dollar. So yeah. So I mean, you can take a look at it. Obviously, the signing RITR signed strategic cooperation framework agreement with Optimized Integration Group. First year procurement target of 1 billion RMBs. Okay, so that is your news for RITR. We talked about Momentous, Playboy, Val, and I didn't mention NEXN. I think that was another one that was just trading really crazily. Look at that 2-minute chart. Yeah. A lot of shares available to short for me anyway. Well, I'm sure for everybody. For MNDY, over 1 million at Interactive Broker. So there are plenty of shorts available. I think it seemed to be, yeah, yeah. TradeWave works in the pre-market. I mean, Harrison, you see a buy and a sell flag right there. It does definitely work in the pre-market. Now, so if you load MNDY just out of curiosity, I mean, I on a 2-minute chart, I've got a buy and a sell flag. Very, very funny, William. Now, are you talking about in this? Are you talking about in the Market Explorer window, or are you talking about just in general? It does work in the Market Explorer window, also. I mean, there are probably not that many that meet the requirements, but definitely does work in the Market Explorer window if that's what you're talking about. Oh, I understand pre-market. So you're not talking about in the Market Explorer window. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, if you load MNDY and put a 2-minute chart, you should see some buy and sell flags. Okay, you know what? I'm asking too many questions at the same time. Are you talking about in the Market Explorer window? And we're open now. It does work. I mean, you may not get any. Okay, it does work, but it has to meet all the filter. But a stock has to meet the filter requirements. So it's just possible nothing happened there. Here's the MNDY guys. So we're open. Just give me one more. All right, guys. So yeah, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. First of all, I should have said let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So NOVO, of course, moving higher on that news that HIMS is going to not be selling that cheaper version of their drug. Now remember, guys, this one produced like it was an awesome alert, bunch of alerts on Friday, and I think I have a 15-minute delay on it. Yeah, 15-minute delay, so I don't get any alerts until at least 9:45. So I'll have to see what happens. Yeah, UOKA halted on the way up. Okay, I don't see any news on this one. Anybody have any? I mean, the news is this: it's 616,000 in the float, and it's actually out of UK. Okay, UK. Okay, KD guys challenging 10 again. Again, CFO turfed, accounting issues, earnings. General Motors for William long 8080. So oh, I see you're doing it on a bottoming play. Okay, and KD is halted also. KD is halted on the way down also. So let's take a look at UOKA and where could it open. So this window you're seeing here, this blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Tells me the halt price 293. This column trying to give you a glimpse into the future and really not telling us anything. Okay, 293. Okay, so I read it the halt price. So really not telling us. Normally the first halt is usually pretty good. So if you're in this one right now, if you got in before the halt and you're in this one, usually the first halt is pretty good, meaning that it'll open above the halt price. Not 100% of the time, of course, but mm, all right. Yeah, you're right. KD halt one. So if it halts three times, you're a lady. Uh, all right, KD. So yeah, that's the first halt. For it to hit 100 million. So my guess is that you're going to take this one on the whatever comes first. It'll be the halts. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the SPY opening five. So a little choppy. Right there is the VWAP, the purple line right there. That is the VWAP. So can it get through it? AXTI, AXTI. Wow. Popping guys, AXTI is on the move here. AXTI, and this is a lifetime high. That's what I thought. Lifetime high now for AXTI. That was right there. So a lifetime high now for AXTI. Mm. I didn't look at silver, guys, but let's take a look at silver. SLV. See what's happening with silver and gold to start off the day. Yeah, pretty nice little rip for silver, SLV. So the silver stock, but will that hold? And let's take a look at gold, GLD. Yeah, so silver is popping a little more than gold. Now this one, CPNG, didn't this have some crazy action? I think on this day here, yeah, 2 days ago. That was on Thursday. CPNG though, little move here over 18. That high right there is 1830. So if it's right at that high of 2 days ago, the next high looking left, a lot of room, 1970. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but there was certainly room. So what is the market doing? So the SPY is just down a little, Dow's down, and the Qs are down. So Pow is an earnings play. POWW is an earnings play. Looking left though, looks like there's. I mean, if it would have to get through 209. Yeah, for me, it just doesn't have enough room. Now, listen, if it gets through 209 on the monthly chart anyway, 288 is the next high. So you never know. So I will put a price alert in this area and see if it cracks to number one and gets up to the 209 area. And then after that, you never know. It's an earnings play. Okay, so wow. So UOKA opened and it just got halted immediately. So again, what I was saying is that usually the first halt is pretty good, and yeah, even the second halt could be good. It's okay. UOKA got halted again. There's the halt price 334. This column telling us where it could open. Remember, these halts are usually 5 minutes long. It was 5 minutes. Slightly less than. Yeah, it was 5 minutes. It was a 5 minute halt. And there's Playboy, guys, PLBY. Now, so it was somewhat of a rumor, but now it agrees to sell 50% of its China business, and that is for $122 million. I mean, it seems like I mean, only 77. I don't know how many in the shares outstanding, but 77 million in the float, and that's for Playboy, PLBY. Now, is that a fake? Just give me a moment here. I want to see something on the GME. Yeah, so it did not trigger. Trigger is 2520, so this is not trigger yet. This is the trade of the week. Some of you did not get it. William, as you know, it is for the insightful um, journalism. Sorry, I got distracted there for PLBY. Insightful articles. Here's another little cheap one, guys. It's Imperial Petroleum, not Imperial as in Imperial Oil, but Imperial Petroleum. And this is coming right into the 200-day moving average right now. Cliff, CLF, another earnings play. And yeah, just really has moved down. Look at that, $14, 11.43. Yeah, Lunar guys saw Lunar. What did it? Lunar raise? I wonder if it's right in here. I saw it in here at one point. LUNR up 10%. Great volume. Four times normal already. Yeah, the SPY did take a little pop. Yeah, the SPY did take a little pop. I don't. I looked at the economic calendar. I don't think there's really anything. At 11 a.m. Consumer inflation expectations. I have for at 11 a.m. Hope that's the right time zone. Seems usually those numbers come out around 10, but yeah, I see Bitcoin did bounce also, IBIT. All right, guys, PGY, they're getting trounced on earnings. KD bounced. KD actually bounced. I guess it got halted on the way down, but it bounced up a little. There's the VWAP right around there, 1130-ish. Wow. I mean, this. Did anybody see any news in this one other than the only thing I could find? Well, it didn't. It was sort of the information. 660,000 in the float. And it's a UK stock, not China. I could not find any news on this one whatsoever. UOKA. Not that there has to be. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers if it just finally, more than likely will at some point, of course. Mandy, you left $4 on the table. Let's see what you did. No, a big pop. Yeah, no kidding. So you got in around the 73 mark, 74 mark. Yeah. Coming right into the VWAP for MNDY. Look at the relative volume. This is trading 10,764 times normal. This one as in UOKA up to this time of day. Okay, up to this time of day. You can see that it's traded 59 million. This month it's traded 68 million, and today it's traded 59 million. Okay, DT. So this is still up for the day, but it is really, yeah, it's giving it up. DT, guys. This is an earnings play. They're pretty good pre-market, but it's really starting to fade. Really starting to fade. Man, I know that William Scan is suggesting a buy on KD. It's a little bit. I can't do it. I can't do it just because of the news. Yeah, I just couple things anyway. The VWAP is at 1128 for KD. Like, and maybe if it gets up there, but I can't bring myself to go long this KD with that news. It's an earnings play plus the CFO gets booted, accounting irregularities, et cetera, et cetera. So I just can't bring myself to go long this. Well, if you had shorts available for UOKA, yeah, so it hit 421 and it's down to 360 now. Yeah, the LIMN. The LIMN is still kind of doing its thing. The high on Friday was 264. Had a great 3-day run, even the fourth day, but the fourth day, but it did sell off. But LIMN, yeah, over two again. Yeah, I see Edible is here. I don't know. Any news on this one? EDBL is from our AI. I did see it here. Oh, I won a race actually. EDBL won a race, and so they're going to be. I don't see any news. I see no news today. Every time I see this, I think it's a cannabis play, but I don't think it is. All right, guys. DT. And that was from William Scan. Okay. And the same was fading badly. It's an earnings play, still up for the day, but it's fading badly. DT. BBY fading. Only thing I can see is Jeffrey's cutting the target for 289 from 94. But that, I mean, they still are relatively bullish on it. They're just cutting because, I mean, the stock's at 68 now. Any other news on it? Yeah, I don't see any other news on this one on Best Buy. Well, GME is actually getting. Remember, it did not trigger, so it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. Um, and I'm continuing to watch this PGY for a short, guys. It is hanging underneath the VWAP. Let me see on the monthly chart. There's certainly room on the monthly chart. The next low is around 1080. So it's underneath that whole number of 14. Yeah, the big stock, the growth, the value stocks are taking a bit of a hit today. Of course, the Dow was up 1,200 on Friday, down 250 right now. Qs are down just a little bit. The SPY is down just a little bit. Macy's, take a look at Macy's. What's happening with them? Macy's, wow, on the move down here. This is not an earnings play, of course. I don't see any specific news on them. But Macy's, yeah, that's a pretty big move, with that float, 265 million. Pretty big move. Underneath the whole number now. The next low looking left on the daily chart. Sort of close, 2161 or so. And that's Macy's M. Boy, PGY just is flattening out here, guys. PGY, I'm definitely interested in a short on this one. What I should do is put a price alert a little bit below that just to see if it gets down a little bit more. All right, LIMN. Don't see any news on it today. I guess it had the news a few days ago. I can't remember what it was, but it did have some news a few days ago. Ooh, this one, I don't think I've ever seen this one. Miami Internet. I've never seen this one. MIAX. I've never seen this stock before. Trading Technology Solutions operates through follow. So it's a sort of a broker of some sort. Never seen this one. MIAX. Showing up in Williams Scan. What's the float on this one? 76. Well, I guess that's why. I guess it was, excuse me, I don't remember this one at all, though. An IPO a few months ago, back in August. My issue with PGY is, I would have thought, again, with that float, I mean, it's not a huge float, 49 million. I mean, it's just like it's consolidating here. It's just not active. All right. So UOKA slid from 417 down to 351, trying to hold the level perhaps. If it gets back up to say 380, it might spur it on again. Okay, guys, PGY, PGY, PGY. Let's see if it has any movement down now. Yeah, their AI, our AI, you know it's there also. Oh boy, sorry guys, DT still fading after still up 6%, but it's fading, fading, fading. Well, this is on the move today, guys. RCAT, RCAT, 1468 is the next high looking left on the, so it's got about a dollar. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it has a dollar looking left on the daily chart. See if it has any news. DT, guys, that was the one from William Scan so far. Remember, I didn't like the KD. I didn't to go long. I mean, maybe later if it holds in this area, maybe. All right, guys. Wow, it's 10 o'clock already. So let me go over my home page. Okay, guys, give me a moment here now. 10 o'clock. So let me put my homepage link in and all the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans, etc., that I am sharing. Okay. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You'll get 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, so remember, first month only if you go month to month, and it doesn't matter whether you're picking a standard or our premium service. Okay, well, not working for me. Well, took myself out of the PGY, guys. Did not work. Moving down, so took a loss on that one. PGY. I'll take a look at it later. So again, yeah, all I ask, if you take out a subscription in the future, please use my code. It just helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room, okay, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you want to come into a more active room, this is it. It's free also. Okay, it's called the trading room. And it's just a lot more active. More traders are in the room. And this room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to converse with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. I don't get on the mic until 9 for both rooms, but this room is definitely active starting at 6:45 a.m. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but even when I leave, usually William will keep this room open. It's up to him for how long after I leave. Depends on earnings plays. I think today it could be 345, could be 355. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, you click on the education section of my homepage, and you'll see right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. First thing you must do. And there are 12 short videos that will get you started. Not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, of course, but it'll cover all the key elements of the program. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, you can start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us, at least for a month. Remember, the month is just month to month. A monthly subscription is just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. This is a free series of videos, 15 of them if you are new to trading. Okay. And also, if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit. Excuse me. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, they've made a change in how the trades of the week are getting sent out. So unless you click on it fairly regularly, you're not going to get it. But then again, I didn't get it, and I click on it regularly. So it might have something to do with my internet provider, I guess. I don't know. But the trade of the week, I'll just tell you, it's GME. It has not triggered. The trigger point would be somewhere over 25.20. Last, if you're looking for my scans or the information I'm sharing, these are a couple of races. Click on that center section right there. Large cap gainers is right here. This race right here is a wide open race. It has nothing to do with market cap or float. So you're going to get some bigger percentage moves here. Movers to the upside. So I am sharing other scans. Okay, just one last one here. Halts resumes is here. I am sharing other scans. You can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I'm trying to, I made a decision quite a few months ago to whittle down the number of things I'm looking at. This is what I do use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So if you have any questions about the scans, I'm going to go over this one in a little more detail. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, a little more detail. But first, I have to answer an email. Give me a moment, guys. So look at this, PGY actually went the other way. And that's on William Scan. PGY went actually the other way. And that's why you got to have a stop, guys. I could have got stubborn and said, it'll come back. It'll Now it's coming right into the VWAP. Maybe that stalls it. All right, BRLS. What is this one doing? I haven't seen this one. Didn't see this in the pre-market. BRLS, cheap one. But on looking left, I don't like it just because when I look left, I see areas it could stall. So I do not like that one. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, but I'm just looking left and I just see areas it could stall. Galaxy GLXY. That was a strong one on Friday. Okay, after being hammered down for about 5 days, 5 or 6 days in a row, pretty strong on Friday, and then continuing the next high looking left, 2170. So it has about $1 to the next high. It's been straight up. All right, guys, I'm going to go over this race, okay? And the concept of racing right here. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. I'm going to go over the concept of racing. Before I do, though, I do want to direct you to my homepage. So direct you to my homepage, and if you click on the link and you click on the education section right here, click on the education section, and then at the top here is our user guide. Expand this just a little bit so you can see. And you see there's a whole section on TI stock racing, okay? So I'm going to go over this race in some detail, but here's how you can create your own race right from scratch, the concept of it all, okay? Very, very detailed, some videos, text, etc. in this section right there called TI stock race. All right, so this race right here. So I'm running 4-minute races. You can run whatever time frame you want. I decided 4-minute race was what I wanted, but you can run whatever time frame you want. And so, what does this mean, though? What does that 2.6 mean? 2.6%. What that means is, since the race started, so about a minute ago, since the race started, this stock has moved the most percentage-wise in a list of stocks that you're going to see. Okay, now feed has moved the most. It's like any other race, there's a jockeying for the top position. And so the race will be over in about, say, a minute and a little over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and call it 2 minutes and 14 seconds or 15 seconds or so. Okay. So this race will be over. And what happens is when a race is over, there will be a winner declared, of course. And then a top 10 list is automatically built for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see in the top position right now, UOKA has won 2 races. The rest of them have only won 1 race. In this race right here, you could see stocks that have won 10, 15, 20 races over the course of the day. I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but you can also see that, here's a 4% move for BMEA. In this race over here, I'll go over this one also in less detail. You're not going to get the large percentage moves typically. Usually they're all under 1%. Doesn't mean this is bad. This means that they're less volatile than the races, than the stocks you see here. So here's again the BRLS. So a couple things. If I'm watching a race, certainly I would click on the one that's leading right now just to see what's happening. Okay. Maybe even the second one, I would click on them. But you certainly don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on the stock. You know, if you see it's at the top, I mean it still has a little over a minute to go. Click on it, see what's happening. It might be setting up for you right now. Okay, that's one thing. You see anything in here, I would click. Like any stock in this list, I would click on it. You know, let's take a look at GTN. Let's see what it's doing. You might be looking at this and going, you know what? This is holding the VWAP. It's right on the VWAP. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, you know, thinking that the VWAP will act as support, maybe you take this stock and put your right now and you put your stop just underneath the VWAP. If that's your style of trading. So you can click on, you know, any symbol you see here. Don't have to wait for the race to be over. The other thing I would do is any stock that's won a race before in this list, just click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up. You know, here's another one, JZXN, just over the VWAP. So that is the concept of the racing, okay? These are the stocks that you're seeing in this particular race. And again, when the race is over, so more than likely, feed will win this race, and it will be added to the. Well, actually, you see that one; it'll turn to two. So now feed has won two races. So why are these stocks showing up, though? That should be the question. Why are these stocks showing up? So all races start from a top list window. I'm going to open the top list. First of all, I right-clicked in the body of the race, and one of the options is to open the top list. So I'll do that. All races start from a top list window. Notice if I right-click on the top list window, it says Launch Real-Time Stock Race. So now you can still use a top list window for this purpose if you want. If you want to find the stocks that are up the most for the day, you know, this is C percent is the change from the close of, in this case, Friday. So UOKA is up 137%, BRLS 97%, etc. Now, also, why are these stocks in this list? I right-click and configure in the summary. This is the top list that I've created. This is what I want to see. The price is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see, but that's what I want to see, okay? So again, if you can sort on any column header that you've got. So as long as you've got the column header, you can sort on it. So if I want to sort on the change from the open, what stock has moved the most since its opening trade of the day? You know, BRLS up 61%. Okay, but you know the top lists and and again they can still be used for this purpose. You know, want to find the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most for the day. You know, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So, what's really cool about the race though is that where's DHX? Oh, there it is up here. But so, and I don't know where it started from. The race doesn't care whether a stock's near the high up here, like one of the stocks that is up the most from yesterday's close. It doesn't care. All it cares about is what stock in this list of stock is moving the most percentage-wise. So here's DHX. You know, it is, I don't know though, I didn't see DHX. It could have started from down here. So for instance, what if, you know, IREN has been a pretty active stock in the past. It's up, what, 5.5%? It's more of a Bitcoin play or crypto play. What if all of a sudden it started to move? It was up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know? Well, you don't have, you know, other than staring at a list of stocks and trying to identify one. Well, you don't have to do that because that's what the race does for you. The race, again, doesn't care where it is in the list as long as it's moving the most percentage-wise since the start of the race. Now, granted, the stocks that you're going to see typically all day long at the top, more than likely, are going to be stocks near the top here The reason being is that these are the very popular stocks all day long. But it doesn't have to be. It could be some stock that out of nowhere. I was mentioning the Galaxy earlier, GLXY. I mean, look at this. What if it just took a big spurt? Okay, so that's the whole concept of racing. You can create your, and hopefully it's starting to make sense. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and run a race on it. You can also run a race based on maybe some the stocks. Maybe you have a watch list. Okay, maybe it's a basket of stocks that you like to see every single day, 20, 30 stocks. Maybe that's what you like to do. You can run a race. You can create the watch list, attach it to the top list window, and run a race on that. Or maybe it's a different 20 or 30 stocks. I'm just using 20 or 30. I mean, in theory, it could be smaller, but you want to have enough that makes that so the race makes sense. In our YouTube room, I created a scan using stocks down 3 days in a row. During the weekend, it pulls up stocks that had 3 days down, but the last day is always up day. Are you talking about today or the last day? Now, the way we have our up and down candles, it may not be. Give me an example. Give me an example of one, okay, Barry? No, I'm Barry. Mo, in our YouTube room, give me an example of one stock, okay? I'll put it up. I want to see what it looks like on the daily chart. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, Amanda, I don't have a link for my current layout. Okay, what I have is you can pick and choose what you want. Including these three right here. Okay, and you can create your own. You can I mean, these are the time frames that I like. It doesn't have to be what you like. I have a 2 and a 5 and a weekly, daily, and a monthly chart. But that's probably not what you're looking for. You're looking for these. This is what I have. These two races, and then the halts resume. So if you're looking for that, you just go to my homepage. Okay, and go to the scan section. So here are the two races. Here are the two races that you see, and then the halts resumes. Again, I don't have a layout. Don't have a layout of because not everybody wants everything I have in my layout. So I used to create a layout, and people will go, "Well, I don't want that one. I don't want that one." So it's basically a la carte. You pick and choose what you might want. I do have other scans here. I don't have them all up and running though, but you can take a look at them. Okay, ET. Okay, I'm going to take a look at ET and see what it says. So are you okay? I better go to candlesticks because I think the question. I mean, this is still down 3 days. Okay, because what did it closed at the day before at 1817, and it closed down here at 1793. So it was still down. It might look blue. Okay, or depends what I'm using bar charts. But the way we've got this is that yeah, it's above the open. It closed above the open, but it is still. So is that what you're talking about? Because this is still down 3 days. Okay, not a good example. Okay, even though it looked like on that third day it was up because of the color of the bar, but it was not up. It was just up from the open. Also, the way we look at consecutive days or stocks that are down is a little bit different from other platforms, I think. And I think that is one of the reasons. Now, why? Okay, I just want to quickly go over this right now. By the way, if you load my race right now, for instance, let's say you loaded this race, biggest candidates from the start of the race, and then you load it and you say, well, wait a minute, how come I'm not seeing your top 10? The reason being is that you're loading the race now. Okay, say it's 10:22 a.m. Eastern time. I started running this race at 9:30. So, so what'll happen is when you start to run the race, you'll develop your own top 10 list from when you started to run the race. The other nice thing about this is that now it gives you a watch list that you could literally just follow these all day long. Okay. You just follow them all day long. So instead of jumping around from, symbol to symbol to symbol, you might say, well, this is my watch list for the day. Or this could be your watch list for the day. This is a larger cap one. I'll just show you what the difference is. I open the top list of this. Certainly you don't get as big a list. Sometimes you only get 3 or 4 stocks. Now, understand this is not a static list. What I mean by that, of course, is that, it doesn't mean that that's it. That's the number, that these are the symbols all day long, because this is what this is looking for. So I'll have a different price range, 10 and 72, $70, 200,000 shares, up 2%. But this is what causes not as many stocks to be in here. So market cap has to be at least 500 million. Float has to be at least 50 million. Also, though, the stock that 95 that you see here in the position in the day's range, if I had 100 there, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So 95 means that the stock is pretty close to the high of the day. So that's going to whittle down the number of stocks pretty significantly. And so this will change all day long as stocks. You see how it just decreased as stocks come in meeting the filter requirements and leave when they're not meeting the filter requirements. Okay. Now, a quick way, if you load my scan, okay, if you load these races, a quick way to adjust them if you want. If you click on the gear, there's a very quick way if you just want to adjust the volume and the price. But if you click on advanced, you're going to see, and here's a summary. Okay, so if you actually go right to the specific filters, here's how you can actually adjust the price range and the volume and anything else you want, or add filters of your own. If you have any trading experience at all, you can add quickly. You can just adjust all this. Okay. Well, today could be the update. Remember, it's looking back 3 days. Okay. So number one, I just want to. So remember, don't count today. Okay, today is an up day, yes. But so where did this one close? See, it's all about how I want to get to a candlestick chart. See what it looks like. Yeah, you see, this fits our style because I'm just looking here. Okay, the third day. Okay, so the day before, a Friday, it closed at 11:08, and here it closed at 11:04. Therefore, it counts as a down day. Okay, does that make sense? Even though it looks like this should be maybe an up day, but it closed down here. Now, you may not like that. You may not like the way we're identifying down days, but that's the way we're identifying them. Okay? I'm talking to Mo in our YouTube room. I think as long as it closed below the close of the day before, it's gonna be a down day. Okay? That may not be what you're, but that's just the way our system is looking at down days. Okay? Well, you're not talking about though today, right, Mo? I mean, you're not talking about today's candle has no relation to being the previous 3 days down. I'm sure you understand that. Sure you understand that. The re the normal way people use this, I think, I mean, even if you don't kinda like the way we're showing up and down days, is that you wanna see stocks that are, I mean, essentially, that it'll probably give you more than, like, it's gonna give you what you're looking for to a certain extent, and then if you're looking for a reversal today, that's how most people use it. I didn't see it. UUU did not show up on my any of my scans. No, that was announced Friday afternoon, right? 205,000 shares at, $6. So it's underneath 6. Okay. Yeah, so Triple U did not show up on any of my scans, so I didn't see that one. But, yeah, I do see that now, but, it's under 6, so you know what? Let's put a price alert a little over 6 and see if it takes it out at some point. Now I see why you're even seeing it, is that UUU was halted, okay, and now it just resumed. Now I see why you're even looking at it. Well, it's underneath the price, so well, there it is now. Now it's above. At least it was. It popped up and then came right back down. Well, you know what? PGY would have been an awesome one on the long side from, Williams Scan. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, I got to take a look at PWP then. Oh, God, but I will. PWP is from the scan. Perella Weinberg Partners. What did they do? Strategic and Financial Advisory Services. They're out in New York. Okay. The next high, well, the next high in a monthly chart anyway is around 27. So there is some room on a monthly chart. Well, there's KD now, guys. Right at, we're just over the VWAP now. 1117 is the VWAP. Man, maybe I just follow that scan blindly. I just backed off on the KD because of the news. So this is what I'm talking about. I am sharing this. It's not on my homepage. If you want this, you can have it. This is the Williams scan that produced unbelievably on Friday. All right, guys. So MIAX, I took it. It's not tremendously dynamic, but we'll see what happens. It's hugging the wave on the 2 minute. I thought that FCUV was halted earlier. It halted on the way down. Okay. You guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I am now back again. Okay. What else is happening here? Is another one that I wouldn't have seen earlier because it was under a dollar more than likely. CGTX. All right. Heading over a dollar now. Where could it go? Now, the problem I have would be that, first of all, there's a 200-day moving average, the green line on my daily chart, too close. The next high looking left, too close, too close, too close. I just wish it had more room. More room meaning, if the next high was up here around 150, that would be certainly a lot more attractive to me. You mean Stiefel, William? Don't tell me I picked the one from your scan that is not going to move much. Okay, I took myself out of it, guys. The MIAX, that was from William Scan. I took myself out of it. Basically for no, well, a very minor loss. I just don't like the way it's trading right now. Want to see if it holds the VWAP. That's the only way it maybe get back in. It gets back up here. What I forgot to do was to go over the sectors. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. I'm going to click on Dock Channel Bar. Bring this up. Click on the Show More. And again, I don't have to give this to you. It's part of our channels, okay? Our theme-based channels. Sector status. So what you're seeing here, so in this top list right here, these are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list right here. And I've ranked and I've sorted on the change from the close, okay, which would be the close on Friday in this case. So silver, SLV, is the top sector right now. NLR, which is a uranium and nuke ETF is right here. There's gold, etc. Okay, so right now, silver is the top performing sector. Okay, in this list of sectors that we've got, there are obviously other sectors out there that we don't have in here, but in this particular list, silver. But let's go down. IBB, that's a pharmaceutical sector. Okay, not down a whole bunch, but it's down. But it is the worst sector. Here's healthcare, so that makes a little bit of sense. Healthcare and the pharmas. Okay, so you can very quickly see what the top sector is and the worst performing sector is right now, as we speak, right now. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to last all day like that, but as we speak, that's what's happening. Now, we do have 11 of the top sectors. We don't have every sector that's in this list here, but we do have 11 of the top sectors. So you can actually now go and see, well, what is, for instance, here's energy, XLE, okay? 75%. What does that mean? That means that 75% of the stocks that make up XLE are up for the day. Don't have to be up a huge amount, just have to be up, at least above Friday's close. So TRGP, It's up 2.1%. What you can also do, though, of course, is go down to the bottom. What is the worst performing stock in the sector? EQT is down 1.5%. Here's retail. 66% of the stocks that make up the retail sector are down for the day. But look at KR, Kroger. That's Kroger, right? Yeah, Kroger, up 6%. I don't see it's not an earnings play, but Jefferies maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of $80. Are you kidding me? What? Okay, 71. Well, still, so that's the only news I can find on it. Even BMO with a target of 70. So we've got a couple of analysts, and maybe there are more. So that would be probably the reason why Kroger is up. I don't see any other reason. But let's take a look at what's the worst one. Macy's we saw earlier, but well, here's Best Buy. Here's Best Buy down 3.8%. So that's the worst performing stock in the XRT in the retail sector. So you can kind of see how this could be something that some of you, that's all you do. It's all you use trade ideas for, just, tracking the top sectors and then finding the top and worst performing stocks within a sector and maybe just covering those. Here's healthcare, 70% are down, but 30% are up. Align is up 1.2%, but let's go. I mean, look at WAT down 11.4%. WAT and 11.4%. This is an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Waters Core. Now, I have to admit, I don't know why this is showing up in the healthcare sector. WAT. I'm trying to figure that out just by looking at what they do. It's a media company, yeah. So I don't understand why it's showing up. But at any rate, let's pretend it did. It's just something you should be looking at. MOH, we know for sure that is a healthcare stock. All right, now MIAX is back up to. Do I want to take it? Redo it. Yeah, I wonder why. I don't know why this. Maybe they. I have no idea why this WAT is showing up as a healthcare stock. But okay, but that's how you can use it. Okay, I'm not saying they're not infallible here. I just don't know why it's showing up here as part of the healthcare. Give me a moment, guys. Oh, wait a minute. I've made a mistake here, guys. Analytical laboratory instrument. Okay, just give me a moment. I was showing. I was showing MI. Okay, I was showing MIAX in there. So, okay, I have to take a look at WAT here. Now I understand. My single stock window was not changing. Okay, liquid chromatography. Okay, so healthcare, maybe broadly. Okay, all good. It just when I was looking at my single stock, my the healthcare, the sector status, and I was clicking on it, I forgot that it's not changing the profile in my layout. Okay, so I kept reading the profile. Yeah, I can give it to you, George. William Scan, I can give it to you. And anybody else who wants it. Yeah, here it is, William. You can get it right there. Okay. Now, just to give you an idea about this is what it looks like. Okay. This is what it looks like. This is the don't repeat version. Okay. Now you can create the repeating version. The repeating version, you can see how KD is repeated over and over again. There was the first alert, 11:15. Okay. And this is the don't repeat version of it. And that's what I have them both. And I like to have the don't repeat so I can go back in time and say, well, what did it do from here? Okay, so there's the MIAX. I'm still holding out maybe that it might have a move at the end of the day, but you're not going to see MIAX unless it makes another new high and new high, new high, etc. So if you want the repeating version, which is the typical way that our data is presented in most scans, so what you can do is if you right click on the window, you want of the don't repeat version, you duplicate the window, duplicate it. The reason why is that assuming you moment. That's all jumbled. Just give me a moment. So I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Yeah, everything is right. I don't know why there we are. Okay. So I duplicated the window. Why did I duplicate it? Because I still want this window. I still want this, so I don't want to overwrite it. So all you have to do in order to take the don't repeat off is duplicate the window, right click on it. You see where it says properties? A little box pops up. Don't repeat is one of the options. You click on that and you just uncheck it. Uncheck it. And when you uncheck it, then you will see the symbol over and over again. Okay. As long as it makes a new high or a new low. Remember, in pink, it's a suggestion to go short, and in green, a suggestion to go long. Okay. So hopefully you understand that. If you don't, I'll do it again. Wow. So let's a little recap. Whoops. Let's do a little recap on the scan. Okay. So DT was a suggestion to short at 945, and that was at 3670. Obviously, awesome. Okay. And before it pulled up at all, it got down to 3489 from 3670. Okay. KD, which I did not take because I was, well, I mean, it worked for a bit. It got up to 1144. But remember, there's all sorts of really bad news on this one. This one is just sort of doing really nothing. Okay. The PGY suggestion to go long, 1438, 1430, or almost 15 now. And I don't know what this one is doing. PWP 2571. Yeah, inching its way up. So, certainly a couple of excellent ones. The DT on the short, awesome. The PGY on the long, really good. The other one's KD for a while. This one is really not done much. But you can see what happens is you get a watch list. You can, if you just wanted to follow these stocks all day long. The price that Rig is paying for Val makes Val worth. Okay, let's take a look at Val, VAL. So basically, where you're saying conservatively at $80. Okay. Morning, Ahmed. Ahmed. So I did take, early. I did take the BT short, but so I'm still in it. But PGY, I took short, not based on Williams scan, but on something else. I took the loss on that one, and the MIAX took the loss on that one. Both, of course, manageable losses, especially the MIAX. I mean, it was just not moving. But the DT short, and let's see why I'm still in it. Okay, following the wave. Okay, now at this point right here, now I did take. Remember how I use the wave, guys? It's not a matter of seeing a sell flag or anything like that. It's just following the wave down. And so right there, as those bars were starting to penetrate the wave, I said, okay, let's take some off. Now at this point, it looks like it wants to curl. Remember, it is still up for the day. It's not a super, it's weak in that it's faded from the highs, but it's still an earnings play up for the day. So, at this point, it may be over. This may actually start turning into a long. Okay, guys. So I'm taking a break a little over an hour from now. It should be Chris Varley. I'm just going to check, make sure he is going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room today. Welcome, George, in our YouTube room. Yeah, market has just completely rebounded, hasn't it? I mean, it wasn't down that much, but even the Dow was up a little. The Dow was down a couple hundred points last time I looked, but the Qs are up, SPY's up. And my guess is that Bitcoin has rebounded a little bit, still underneath 70K. Still down a little bit from Friday's close. I bid it is anyway. Wow, look at PGY. Did not take it. So there's a case, PGY down a whole bunch on earnings, and yet came in Williams scan, and that one is just ripping higher now. I mean, I suppose I should pay attention to KD later, but that is such bad news. So this is the news. I mean, it's an earnings play, which is bad enough. I mean, the earnings weren't great, but the stock crashes after former IBM unit discloses accounting review. Okay, so and while its top financial and legal executives have left, I mean that's devastating news. So that's why it's down 53%. That's a big float, 223 million in the float. That is a big drop with that sort of a float. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I was thinking about it, but thinking and doing it are two different things. I was thinking about taking the LIMN earlier, and you're right. In fact, my goodness, it's above Friday's high even. This has been what a run from 55 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, 55 cents stock 5 days ago, 275 now, and plenty of volume, which makes it so liquid. You can, you don't have to run. You don't run the risk of buying something like this and not being able to get out. Wow. Hey guys, fast FSLY is popping here on some volume. You see a little volume coming in to FSLY. This has earnings coming up on the 11th. Well, it just got stuck. It's almost like it's halted, but it is not. But it just got stuck right here. And PGY just makes another new high. Wow. Well, that's by a big miss. I mean, it's still down 18% for the day on earnings, but it's kind of just shaking it off. And remember, I went short this one earlier, and I could have got really stubborn and think, it's going to come back down. And okay, now as I mentioned before, DT is curling now. So of course I'm completely out of this short, but it's curling now. See how it turned from orange to blue, and the VWAP is up here at 36.52. So a little bit of room to the VWAP. I did not take it on the long side. Let's take a look at in the large cappers. Let's see if there's anything interesting. So here's RCAT. In RCAT, RCAT, holding way above the VWAP, but maybe starting to curl down, just underneath that whole number of 14, which could give us an opportunity to potentially short. Let's take a look at it on a 1 minute chart to see if it has turned orange at all. Yeah, a little sell flag, but okay, guys. FSLY. I wonder if this is going to run into some resistance right around here, 915 or so. Ah, well, we believe in this little bounce for HIMS. This is coming from your scan, William, but I don't know. Again, it's sort of a little bit like the KD in that, the news is not good at all, but neither was the PGY news. But hmm, I mean, this is definitely a bottom fishing play right now. I mean, it bounced off 1650, got up to seven, almost 18. Remember what the news is? They came out a couple of days ago, I think right here, maybe here, I can't remember, that they were coming out with a $49 pill that was going to compete with NOV. NOV's basically said, we're going to sue you for that. And then today they said, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. HIMS said, we're not going to do that anymore. Cratering the stock. So that is really, I mean, I know it came on the scan, but that is really kind of preventing me from doing it. Maybe I'll put a price alert at 18. I mean, this is just a bottom fishing play right now for people, obviously, because there's no real reason to buy this. Not based on any news, of course. Citigroup piling in, target of 1650 from 30 at Citigroup. I don't know when they put that $30 target on it. Well, I mean, PWP is just inching its way up. This is from the scan, Williams scan. It's inching its way up, not terribly dynamic. It's near a lifetime high, actually. I guess the lifetime high is up here at around, say, 27. So there's about a dollar to the lifetime high. You're talking about TNON. TNON, okay. Need another one from you, Obi, that's going to be under a dollar and then just takes off like the LIMN a few days ago. I'm going to take a look at LIMN because I want to see how much room it had once it took out a dollar. Yeah, I mean, I could have thought it was going to stall all the way up, but it didn't really. Well, let's see now. TNON. Okay, so it's hanging on the VWAP right now. And I typically do not, I don't, I mean, listen, I'd never take this one until it broke a dollar. And even then, I mean, I'm not, there's the 200-day moving average above it. So I mean, it doesn't look the same as the LIMN to me, but you know what? I'll put a price alert. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow it just rips through all that and becomes one of those ones where you say to yourself, "Why didn't I take it down here?" All right, so I just got a confirmation. It will be Chris Farley taking over for me in our YouTube room in about a little over 50 minutes, 50 minutes from now. Okay, compass is showing up on one of my scans, and but I don't like it. I'm just looking left. I see all these areas that could stall. Well, okay, BRLS just opened. Okay, it did just open. The VWAP is up here at three, so VWAP, the 200-day moving average is at three, so that's not an issue. And if it gets through 150, of course, I'm influenced by what I see looking left. What is and the float is 8 million Canadian stock. Where are you out of? Oakville near Toronto. Okay. What do they do? Integrated food manufacturing, ready to eat meals and dry soup products. Ah, ramen. Who doesn't like ramen noodles? Well, it's been open for a while. Okay, sorry. Resumed at 10:54. You're right. Sorry. Any news on it though? I want to see if there's any. I don't see any particular news on the BRLS. It is over. It's right at the 150 mark, so it's got to take out that 150. I always consider the 50-cent level for stocks under five to be could be a bit of a barrier. It did pop a little bit above it. What is it up? 128%. On really anybody see any news on it? I see no news on it. It's a low float, 8.8 million. Okay, put a price alert right up in this area, 159, 155-ish. I might take it if it gets back up there. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, what's the low of the day for KD today is 10, 11. I mean, it's got a ways to go, but I mean, that news is so bad, so bad. Even PGY now, PGY is. I wonder if this gets interesting. Underneath the whole number of 15, big, pretty psychological number. I wonder because again, yes, it had a beautiful run here, but it's still down almost 20%. It's an earnings reaction to earnings. Obviously, not good. My guess is that, well, maybe I'm going to click on a 1 minute and see if that is turned orange. There's a sell flag, but it hasn't quite turned orange from the blue. By the way, anybody out there who is wanting to have the trade wave on your chart, you can see how the blue and the orange on your chart. Just let me know. I can show you how to. It's part of the standard service, so it's not an ad. You have to pay for it. It's not an add-on. So if you're interested in it, just let me know. The reason I'm not getting too excited about this VRLS is that I don't see, not that it has to have news, but it can help, just to so that you can see there's some enthusiasm for it. Ooh, no, 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 don't do that. Because I do believe that for instance, the LIMN, I do believe it did have some news to pop it a few days ago. So, David, I'm not sure I understand what you mean for the trade weight possible to demo the visual. Um, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm assuming then you don't have trade ideas. You don't have trade ideas. So I think I can understand you. You don't have it at the moment, so you cannot demo it. No, we don't. We offer really no. Okay, just give me a moment. The BRLS is getting my interest again. So you don't have it at the moment. Yeah, you cannot demo it. You cannot demo anything with trade ideas. So in Spanish, I'm assuming what you're asking for is how to see that. ¿Cómo va esto? Quiero ver señales. Ah, right. Okay. Well, let's go. But I cannot answer you in Spanish. Okay. No, Nick, I cannot answer you in Spanish. I think I know what you're asking, but I cannot answer you. So, David, yeah, there's no way we don't have demos. We don't have free demos. Okay. Best we can offer is take on a monthly subscription with the 15% discount and try it for a month. If you don't like it, within a month you can always tell us to unsubscribe you. That's what it was. I do sort of remember that. Thank you. It's Chris. Yeah, I sort of remember that now. Yes, there is a promo code. Just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, David, and you will see right at the top here, 15, you can get 15% off the first month only, okay? Using my promo code. And all you need is a standard. You don't need a premium subscription. You just need the standard subscription. And that's part of TradeWave is part of the standard subscription. Yeah, standard for 1 month. Yes. And if you don't like it, just let us know. You'll unsubscribe you. Monthly subscriptions are just month to month. Barry 15, yeah. When you click on the link, you'll see. Well, you should see it actually. When you click on the link, you'll see it right up there, 15, Barry 15. Okay, click on the link and then get started now and go monthly and then the blue bundle. Anyway, click on the blue bundle. I call it the standard service, okay? Standard subscription. So you'll take 15% off the 127. Well, PGY, I thought about going short, but no, it is curling back up again. Come on, come on, come on. Holding my breath, guys. You probably know what I'm in. And it's not hymns. And it's not this one. I'm just checking the alerts from William Scan. Obi knows. That's it. That's the one. BRLS. No, come on, Obi. With the program. You're the one who mentioned the BRLS. No, I did not get it at 140. No, I waited for the 150 break again. Remember, I was saying I wanted to wait for a 150 break. It broke above it a little bit. It came back down. So I waited for a 150 break again. And I have just taken some off, okay? It's got a little bit parabolic. A little bit parabolic. You see how I mean, this is, first of all, the trade wave on these very low float stocks, not as wonderful. Okay, I mean, yes, the wave is still blue, but you can see how many times the bar pierced the wave. So I mean, it's not. It's a little more difficult just to hold on and on and on. Now, had I been in down here, 98 cents, sure, I might have been able to hold on a little bit longer. But being in at 152, so I've taken some off. The wave, the bottom of that bar has lost touch with the top of the wave. So that was my sign to take some off. But now I'm going to try to hold on and see what happens. Maybe put a little price alert up here to induce it a little bit higher. There you go. See how easy it is? All you have to do is put price alerts, guys, and that'll move the stock higher. And for those of you who are new, I'm just kidding. I should always say that. Yeah, sorry, Pepe. I'm just kidding. Okay, I am just kidding. I wish it were that simple. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:25, so a little over half an hour. I will be taking a break. Chris Varley will take over. Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. A lot of you know Chris. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm out. I'm out most of the BRLS now. Okay. Now look at HIMS right at the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it? Yeah, that's it for me in the BRLS. I may take a look at it later on in the day if it takes out the high of 170 odd. I think it was 172 got up to. But I will thank Obi for that. We did see it here in the race. Obi told me it was going to 3, so that's why I took it. Again, kidding. Okay, guy. Oh man, I think the arcad last time I saw it, I think was in the 13 level. Yes, the 13 level. Wondering it was just underneath 14. Wondering if it was going to curl down. Nope. So there's the RCAT making another now the next high looking left. It's it still has some room. Little bit of room. 14.50 or so is the next high. So it has about 25 cents to the next high. Yeah, this MIA, I just don't know. I mean, this MIAX is just doesn't trade very. I mean, it's got a lot of volume, 5.9 times normal, and so that's not the issue. But it just is consolidating. You get a buy flag, a sell flag, a buy flag. So it's sort of mixed messages, and that is from William Scan. A little bit like the PWP, okay? Very much like that one, just kind of consolidating for a bit. Boy, I remember Fluence. Fluence had two bad days off earnings. FLNC. Friday was kind of mixed, but today it's popping just a little bit. It's above the close on Friday, and that's FLNC. Now you see that. I mean, there's still some piercings, but you can see it's a larger float than say the BRLS, and it's a little easier to keep in the trade. If you had been in this one down here, a break of the VWAP for the Fluence, a little easier, though you still have some piercings. Let's see if I can find one that. Yeah, I'm just looking for something that's not choppy at all. Yeah, I can't find one so far, one that it really shows you the power of the wave, especially, something that is just constantly moving up and up, but with a very narrow wave. The more narrow the wave, the better it's easier to keep in the trade. I guess that's what I really want to say. Because the minute the wave really widens and you get the bars not touching the top of the wave, you're going to get people, I think, anyway, saying, "Okay, better take some profit." Like me, that's what I do. But if it's just sort of narrow wave, hugging it all the way up, there's almost no reason to get out of the trade at all. Even take anything off. A little bit like this, I mean, this has got a little parabolic. Right there, you might have taken some off as it was at least coming into the wave a bit, but you don't take everything off and you just keep riding it, riding it, riding it. And we're talking about the BHVN. That's how I use it. And I don't. It's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. So the market, so the Dow was down. Well, the Dow is basically flat. The SPY is up, nice pop, and the Q. So the market's had a definitely a nice move off the bottom here. 688, 694, great move. See how that see how that is blue all the way up. You can see how the transition, orange, weak trend, and then a transition. You got a buy flag there, and then the transition. You could have waited for maybe a VWAP break right about here if you're into trading the SPY. Oh, I still wouldn't have taken it though, SK. I would have had to. I still would have waited for a. You're talking about the BRLS, and now I'm seeing your the 5 minute volume because I still would have waited for a 150 break. If you're saying that the volume at 140 was a sign to take it, I still wouldn't have done it if that's what you're talking about. KM. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:34. So here's the galaxy we were talking about earlier. GLXY. So let's take a look at some of the ones that have won races before. Are a see, there's not one super strong stock today in the race. I mean, there's one, Feed has won 3 races, but many times in this race, you'll see a stock that has won, 10, 15, 20 races. So there's not a super strong stock in this race. RCAT, you don't generally get huge multiple winners in this large cap one, but, RCAT has won 4 races. AXTI, which was an all-time high, is an all-time high. Well, technically it's up here, but so HIMS looks more like a short now, right? Because it's breaking down through the VWAP. I'm glad I did not take that one from William Scan. I mean, I just found that the news is just way too bad. Like the KD. Boy, Serve having a pop here, guys, on volume. Excuse me, SERV having a pop on volume right here. Look at the volume it came in. It's on a 2 minute. What time is it now? It still has another minute to close. It's going to be over 500,000 shares right on that, right there. It's traded 2.4 million today, and 500,000 is right here. So that popped. How much did it pull back? 1137 back down to 1112, and that is for SERV. So some of the robotic stock, kind of like the RCAT. Not like the RCAT, sorry. Yes, it is. It is. Well, robot drone. I should have said drone. Yeah, look at that pullback though for Serve. I mean, this popped up to 1136 and right back down to 11. I don't know if there's any news that just hit. I might be wrong about the VRLS. Well, not wrong, but VRLS is challenging that 170 level again. There's a possibility. If I'd been in a lot earlier, but again, when you look at the wave, it's the piercing of the wave that is not great. Now, if it depends on the time frame, of course. On the 2 minute, it'll be a lot more volatile than say in a 5 minute. So remember, guys, it's not just a trading room; it is a support room. So if you do have questions, you don't have to store them all up for noon when one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. You don't have to store them all up. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that, but I can direct you to those who can. Okay. Yeah. Well, PGY guys. Yeah, I did not. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got P. I'm sorry. It's PWP that's up. What PWP starting to curl just a little bit here. So you can see what HIMS is doing, HIMS. You can see what it's doing. It's still hanging around the VWAP area. Broke down a little bit below. Now it's a little bit above, kind of directionless, perhaps. All right, now Serve had the big pullback from the high here, 1136. Let's see what it can do now. I mean, look at the volume that came in. But you can also see, I should have looked at this because Serve got right into it broke a little bit above the 200-day moving average, which is 1125. So it broke a little bit above by 10 cents. So now that'll be the challenge again to try to take that out. It also got right to that high, 1132. So yeah, that volume was about 518,000 right there on that volume bar right there, that 2 minute volume bar at 1136. I just wish it had a little more room. I mean, again, that 200, I know it popped through it, but that 200-day moving average not that far away, less than 20 cents away. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the trade of the week. Now, some of you, like myself, did not get the email. They're trying a new way of sending out the emails. Only if you've really clicked on them a few times in the past. That's in theory. You will not get it unless you. But some, like Pepe says, he doesn't often click on it. He got it. I did not get it, and I click on it every day, every week. But anyway, GME, this is the trade of the week. It is not triggered though. It triggers a little over 25.20. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just hasn't triggered. And it may not trigger this week. I want to see if there's any more news. I can't get this one. It's going to give me an error on the load. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. Another 10 minutes or so before I take off for about an hour. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Oh, maybe you want me to look at SMX? Okay, take a look at SMX through the VWAP. This, of course, is a wild one. SMX at the VWAP anyway. I see what you're looking at. It's down 17%. Yes, and that is true. This got up to almost $500 back on this day right here. That's December of last year. Did get up to $500. Came all the way back down, of course. There's no news on this one we could ever find. Just a low float. This out of Ireland, not China. I haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see this one every now and then. SSSS, and I haven't seen this one for a while though. So what is it doing? Okay, it's see how that is very nice on a well, it's pretty narrow, but the high here, yeah, $10 could easily block it, so it's not as interesting to me. Now, bullish. There's a great name for a stock. BLSH, bullish. Okay, engages in the management of a digital asset platform. Okay, so this is basically a crypto play, and yeah, I mean up 12% for what reason? I mean, Bitcoin miners, two Bitcoin miners. Okay, rise on Morgan Stanley coverage, AI potential. Is bullish one of the other ones? It says two of them. Mara. I don't see bullish in here unless bullish on the exchange. Um, well, at any rate, bullish, BLSH, on the move. And this one is out of the Cayman Islands for tax purposes. So our AI has had kind of, well, let me see though. I want to see if there's any good ones on the reentry. Yeah, so far, nothing shaking with our AI really. Edible was a decent one at the very beginning, but you had to manage the trade. It did move from 406 up to 441, but you had to manage the trade. So the one that has some promise, I suppose, is IMPP. The reentry is at 376, but it's going to meandering here. There it is up here. couple of silver plays you can see, AG and IAG. Well, I guess it's actually a gold project too, or is a gold project. I am gold. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room. So you'll have the link once I take off. You can go and listen to Chris. And before I leave, just, yeah, you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can do, click on my homepage link and use my promo code. Okay. There's a promo code to use, Barry15, to get 15% off. First month only for the entire year of either plan, our standard or premium plan. And if you're looking for some of the scans I'm sharing, just move down a little bit more. And this is all the scans, top or races, etc., that I am sharing. Okay. This is such an ugly one. We see this one a lot, but JZXN just got halted on the way down. Uh, it could be all she wrote for BRLS guys. Glad I got out. Okay, I'll put my announcement up. No, BRLS just got halted on the way down, guys. I'm just hearing it. Just got halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody is still stuck in that one. And let's see what the potential open is. Yeah, the 130 level. So it got halted down at 132. But it was a great, great trade. Especially if you got in a little earlier. But even when I got in, it wasn't bad. Another popping one, guys. FBA. Oh, this is Meta. Double. So Meta must be moving. So Meta must be up about 3.5%. Not quite. Say 3.25%. I did not type that in. 3.2%. Okay. Yeah. So Meta. Now that's what I'm talking about. A wave. That is so beautiful. The question from our YouTube room: what trading platform do I use? Well, it's not just for day trading, but I use Interact. I'm in Canada, okay, but I use Interactive Brokers, and I've been using it for 9 years. So I don't have like a day trading platform or another like a non-day trading platform, but I use Interactive Brokers. Yeah, that is what you want to see. See how narrow the wave is and hardly anything piercing underneath? It's so easy just to keep in the trade all the way up here. And that's for the Meta. And if, there's a little pullback now, but boy, oh boy, I don't know what the reason is, but because Meta didn't, Meta is funny because Meta, I think, was down on Friday and where virtually everything else was up. And it's getting close to the 200-day moving average also. No, no. What use? I only use these charts, Shallow Long. This is in our YouTube room. I don't use. I only use trade ideas. Just trade ideas 100% of the time. To find anything I'm looking for, the ideas. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, I heard a little pop. I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. Okay, guys, I am going to take a break now in the main room. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. So I'm muting myself now in the main room. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley himself, Esquire, to the, to the YouTube room.
Sorry, I thought I added myself, but I didn't.
Oh, okay.
We're there.
Okay, so we had the problem a couple of weeks ago, right? You couldn't hear me, or I couldn't hear you, or something. So
one or the other. No, not today. We're looking good so far.
All right. So how are you, Mr. Varley? How are you today?
We're doing well. You must be feeling pretty good after last night, no?
Yeah. I mean, as I said, it was an awful game for unless you were a total fan of the Seahawks. You know, not a great game for the casual observer, but I loved it.
I'm not the football fanatic that I used to be, but I enjoyed it. You know, it was fine for me. I like.
Well, if you like great defenses, I mean, it was just awesome to watch.
Yeah, I enjoy a lot of blitzing, and I like seeing quarterbacks run for their lives. So we had a lot of that.
Exactly.
But with that said, go take a break.
Yeah, I'll take my break, and you might want to answer Shallow Long. He's just asking me another question.
Sure, I'll get right on it. Thanks, Barry.
Okay. See you in about an hour.
All right. So let me just catch up here, Shallow Long, and see what you're asking, and we'll get you. Do you utilize TradingView? No, we're Trade Ideas. We use Trade Ideas around here, not TradingView. And if I'm new to trading, or more specifically day trading, how do I go about setting up a scanner? So the big thing with setting up a scanner is, what kind of day trader are you? Are you looking for pullbacks, breakouts, or you're looking for stocks in consolidation? I think that's the biggest key for setting up a scanner. If you don't know what kind of trader you are right now, and I like to also throw this out there, the kind of trader you want to be is not necessarily the trader that you are. I always, that was a lesson I had to learn. So, one of the things that I would suggest, if you're new to all of this, is start to study up some technical indicators. Maybe start with some of the simpler, more common things that are used out there. I'd throw out, let's see. Sorry, let me turn up make sure my mic is good for you guys to hear me. I'd start with things like SMAs, RSI, some stuff like that, and get familiar with that. Let me bring out an alert window configure too. It's always good to have some visuals along with my babbling here. So in an alert window configure, you come to the search here. Every data point that we offer is there for you. You don't have to go and do any coding. For anybody that's out there, other platforms that are, professional platforms out there, you've got to write the code. You've got to do the math for the SMA, the EMA, the RSI, so on and so forth. You don't have to do any of that kind of stuff. So while we don't have everything, you don't have to do that kind of coding and write the math or anything like that. You can find what you want, make the selection, add it to your scanner, just give it the values you want to see the stock making, having, so on and so forth. So those are the kind of things, Shallow Long, I point you towards. I was a newbie once upon a time myself. I have no background in finance or trading or anything like that. I worked in restaurants for 26 plus years as my career. And I got tired of it and said, I'm going to learn how to day trade. And then after a couple of years of day trading very poorly, I realized that I'm not a day trader. And then I moved to swing trading and slowly but surely had some success there. And as luck would have it, Trade Ideas brought me on in the support and education team here. So the reason I'm mentioning that is twofold. One, don't feel like oh, I don't have a background in this stuff. This is impossible. It's not impossible. And two, coming to things like this live Q&A, hanging in the traders room with Barry all day, every day that you can. I know, schedules don't always allow for it every day. Taking notes, writing stuff down. Those are going to be your big keys to success, essentially. This stuff is not easy. It's like learning another language. And then at least with learning another language, you're guaranteed communication in this. You're not only learning another language, but you've got to learn to become disciplined with a trading system that you have built. So long-winded answer to your question. Hopefully I've touched on a few different things that you were either thinking of and or would have been thinking of. And of course, fire with other things at me if you have them. And then I see, let's go with... So Ro, I'm going to call you Ro for short to make this easier. Subscribe to the Swing Picks newsletter. Want to know how do you decide exit points? The newsletter does mention about entry points and stop losses, but doesn't mention when to make an exit. You've got to, that's up to you on the Swing Picks when you want to exit those. The system, when it was originally created by another gentleman that used to work here, he had created it based on you only buy at exactly the entry. And if you got it at the entry, you're either exiting on the stop loss or the next coming Monday, you exit on the open there. Kind of tough to run a scan like that. Getting something at an exact price in this market, can be very tough, especially with all the gaps up and down and all around. And then exiting on the open, it's very ambiguous in the sense that stocks are ultra spready. Even, your more liquid, well-traded stocks have a fairly decent spread at the open. So anybody that knows anything about slippage, you're always, in general, buying the ask and you're always selling the bid. So, you're getting lost in the spread there. So since I had to take it over a little over a year ago, I've left the stop loss in there. I think I've tightened them much more than they used to be honest. And the rest is on you to decide when is your exit, and that's where people got to have a trading plan. There's no service out there that I'm aware of that's going to tell you what to buy, sell, hold, and just be straight up profitable. And that's it. Closest thing you're going to get is financial advisor, and they're taking a cut of everything at that point. So my suggestion, again, circling this all back in with the Swing Picks themselves, is find some technical indicators and start to build a trading plan around them. Trading plans aren't built in a week. They're usually not even built in 1 or 2 months. It takes, I would be comfortable saying if you are really snappy at this and you're really putting it all in, maybe at the 6-month mark, you could have a trading plan that you've tested and worked. That's, those are kind of the realistic things I'd be looking at for that. So again, I know another long-winded answer, but there are no right answers. Or definitely wrong answers, but there are no right necessary answers on this. Kind of like going to a restaurant and saying, well, what's the best thing on the menu? And I tell you the steak and you're like, well, I'm a vegetarian. Well, okay, well, it's still the best thing on the menu. I guess, how are we going to get by that? Same thing with this. There's no best necessarily. It's what's your trading plan? So, all right, lots of droning on by me. Fire more questions in, folks. Anybody with questions, please don't be shy. Get the questions in for me. That's what I'm here for. It's an open forum. I don't have pre-done content. I really rely on you folks to drive the content of this with your questions. I feel like that is best. Me just aimlessly droning on about things. I just don't think that's really beneficial to anybody, but to each their own. So that, again, there's no best on, there's no such thing as best in this world. To, what's your time frame, right? If you were using a shorter time frame, you're looking to hold for 1 day, 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, things start to change with those kinds of things. So just to, give you an example here, I like this indicator that I've got on this chart here. It's a position low of 20 days or period low of 20 days. Now, if I were to just use that as the end all be all, for getting in and out of trades, I'd be leaving money on the table all the time. So there's other discretionary things with support and resistance that I involve in what I do. There's plenty of times I'm still leaving money on the table. So is mine the best and most optimized? I guess not. I could argue for it not being, by putting more money away than I'm putting money out. Yes, also that too. So what I want to show you here is the fact that, look, if I was just using this as the end all be all, I would have got stopped out here and it never really violated and got below that stop again. And I'd have left this bit on the table that it rose up there. Now, hindsight's 2020. I have no way to know that that would have happened or not happened, right? But by just limiting myself to one item to make all my decisions, right, I'm at the mercy of what that indicator is going to do for me versus some other discretionary items, not discretionary, but other technical items in there at my discretion. What is the strongest tool in trade ideas from my experience? That has changed over the years. I would have told you when I first subscribed, alert windows. A few years down the road, I would have told you topless. After that, I would have told you the races. Mixed during those times, I'd have told you back testing. And now I would probably tell you topless again. That's just my 2 cents. To tie some of this in, I'd swapped to swing trading back in sometime in 2020, endish of 2020. And then I did all right with it through 2021. And in 2020, at the end of 2021, we came out with these races. And I thought, well, I better, know how to use this and support it and so on and so forth. And so I put them up on screen and I was, watching, experimenting and whatever else. And the market started to deteriorate underneath, even though we were still at and making kind of all-time highs at the beginning of 2022. And swing trading wasn't working as well for me, thus proving that bull markets make us all look like geniuses. And when the tides turn, you see how strong or not strong your trading plan really is or isn't. Plus, every trading plan is going to have drawdowns. There is no trading plan that exists that you are not walking away with losses. That's just that simple. But with all that said, I decided to take a little more of a hand at day trading again with the races. And I had like a 6-7 month, maybe even 8-month period where I was doing really well with the races and my day trading. I couldn't believe it. And then funny thing happened on the way to the forum. As the market started to begin to turn towards the end of 2021 and 2022 and started to get a bounce and we're, ending the bear market, if you will, you would think that my day trading would have improved, but well, it didn't. It actually took a turn for the bad. And I started handing back much of the gains that I had gotten over those several months. And I said, that's it. I'm done day trading. I can't do this. I don't want to live on every tick. I don't want to have to take 2,000 shares, 3,000 shares and have it move, just a few cents to get up, get up in a well enough position for me to take money out. I rather take smaller share sizes and work those $1, $2, $3 gains over several days or a week plus. So that's just my kind of 2 cents. Pepe, yes, the trade wave. See, I don't think about the trade wave much. Because I'd already kind of established what I do for my trading plan at that point. But I think for new traders, the trade wave is phenomenal. Thanks, Pepe. Good point. So the trade wave, again, not an end all be all, but it gives you these quote buy and sell signals. And what the trade wave is doing is looking for trends and changes in trends. And almost every trader out there, whether they know it or not, or whether they'll admit it or not, are a trend follower, whether you're following a trend on a 1-minute chart or a 1-month chart. You're following trends, right? We want to identify an uptrend. For the most part, people are trading long, but for those that are short, identify a downtrend and then jump into that trend as early as possible while exiting at the earliest that we possibly can once we think the trend has turned. But again, turning trends, what's the time frame, right? Overall, I just like to pick on the SPY here since it's up. SPY is in an uptrend, right? Overall, we haven't converted to a downtrend. Now, during this uptrend, kind of put into a grind sideways, but is the uptrend really over? I'd argue it isn't. Someone else might argue it is, but we're certainly not in a downtrend by any stretch of anyone's imagination, sitting up here at all-time highs still. So that's the idea behind the trade wave. Now, the thing with the trade wave is this: when you start to run sideways, you can get chopped by this because it's looking for EMA crosses. So, this is one of those instances where had you buy here and sell here. And so you're getting out for pennies, literally, only to see it bounce back up again, right? Then it'll probably tell you to get right back in here again, all chopping along in the same spot, essentially. So that's where you got to watch with the trade wave. But the idea is this: all right, the trade wave's made a signal. Let's let it play out a little bit. And here's the thing. There are many times in traders' lives, their careers, whatever, you're going to see a setup happen and you're going to say, let that setup come to me and my plan. I don't want to go running right into it early or after it. And then the thing's going to take off and you're like, no, I knew it. I should have jumped in it. And then the next time you're going to go, that's it. I'm not waiting. I'm going to jump right in on this one. And it's going to reverse right on you and stop you out in 2 seconds. That's the way the game works. You can get in early and take the high risk of it reversing on you very quickly, having not let it set all the way up, while also taking a shot at the reward that getting in early will have given you a larger profit. But you'll find all successful traders, and I do mean all, the first thing they think about before they get into a trade is, what's my potential loss on this? It's never what's my potential gain. What's my potential loss, and how do I protect myself? And that's why we're risk managers at our core, trend followers and risk managers. So again, throwing this whole thing together, TradeWave, very, very handy tool for anybody, especially on the newer side and hasn't really figured out a trading plan for themselves. You could use that as a basis for a trading plan. Now, tie in some other stuff. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Interrupt me, please, by all means. Tie some other stuff together. And I went to the races. Now, why I like those when I was trying to day trade is it's a very, very, very narrow view of what's going on here. With alert windows, what I liked about them and still think is one of our most powerful tools for day trading in general is you get this time-stamped alert. Bang, the second a stock meets your alert window, this is what that stock is doing at that moment. Now, what you want to do with it obviously is subjective and up to you and your trading plan, but there's no delay to it. It looks at the whole market minus what doesn't meet your criteria, so on and so forth. My problem with alert windows was I just always seemed to buy the last uptick or two with the alert windows. But, that was my bad, not the alert windows bad. Plus alert windows, a lot of times they're like kind of flying and like you get these grouped alerts, like all of a sudden 4, 5, 6 alerts come in and you don't see another alert for several minutes or whatever. And just, it's a lot like, oh, all 5 of these stocks just came in. Well, I'm scrambling through. Let me click this one. Let me click that one. What's it doing? Where's it going? My brain just couldn't do it fast enough. I couldn't process it fast enough. That's just me. Where the races, there's kind of the smoothed outness to it. These are just the stocks that meet the criteria. They filter to the top based on how you're filtering them. And that's all I need to look at. The other 30 stocks that would go this way on the top list, I don't care about anyways. So why do I need them there? Why do I need to see them? I don't. I'm not mining the data. I'm not logging the data. So it's all irrelevant, that extra noise and data to me. There is such thing as too much data. There is such thing as bad data. And my bad data may not be your bad data, and my too much data may not be enough data for you. We all differ in those regards. But for me personally, having a narrowed view of items to look at in the market was beneficial to me. So my brain wasn't trying to scramble all over the place trying to figure out what the heck is going on. The other part of the race is this is what's moving now based on what you asked me to look at. That's what the race is saying. DHX. That's moving now based on what you've asked me to look at. And here we can see it grinding along, APPX, that's it's moving right now, grinding along based on what I've asked the race to look at. Again, what I do with that information, or what anybody does with that information, entirely up to them. Now, topless I like because I do most of my scanning either sometime after the market closes till sometime in the early AM hours. I'm usually up around 5 a.m. Eastern time. A lot of those mornings I'm going through, a couple different scans and I'm going chart by chart and saying, yep, nope, yep, nope, yep, nope, based on what I want to see on charts and my trading plan. And then I begin to, I stalk the stocks, sometimes a day or 3, 4. Sometimes the setups happen. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just end up blasting off and I miss them. Sometimes the setup just completely collapses and I move on from it, and off the list it comes, and the next stocks will come on that list afterwards. So I just like taking my time and being more methodical about it. I like to find stuff that has the potential for give AAOI an example. I like to pick on this because I've traded it so much over the last probably 17, 18 months. I want to find the stuff that can make these couple of dollar moves, maybe not necessarily over a few days like this is done, but over, a week or so, where I don't have to take a huge share size to make a profit, and I can keep my stops tighter like this, without getting, one way or the other. I feel like I can more appropriately stop. I shouldn't say tighter. I feel like I can more appropriate stop, based on support and resistance levels that I want to see the stock hold up above when I'm scaling in and out of things like that. So that's, the 3 different items they're referencing, and they all have different powers to them. It's just, what is it that you need from it? Of course, I'm a huge fan of back testing, although I do wish that we had more data for back testing. Now there's one school of thought that says, more recent data is more powerful in back testing because it's what's going on, in the market now. Another school of thought says that, well, things are cyclical with trends and so on and so forth. I don't just mean the trend of a stock, but, the trends within the market itself. And so more data is better. I'll let everybody that wants to argue about it. I would just prefer more data for back testing. That's just me. But nevertheless, I do a lot of back testing. I, like many other people, probably every other person out there that's in this world, has ambitions of a strategy that I can automate. I would never automate and just let it go without me here at the desk, but I would automate and certainly keep an eye on it. I have lofty goals of really putting the work in for that this year. I've been doing lots of back testing. Some stuff looks promising for a while, then it doesn't. And that comes back to, how are you going to handle down draws, right? And that's one of the most important things for any trading plan. So again, throw out questions for me. Don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Cannot answer the questions that are not asked. It's funny, anybody that likes to listen to me drone on for whatever reason, you're crazy, number one. But number two, on the swing picks, I'm the one that does that market recap video. And when I did it last week, I just kept thinking about how many posts I saw on Twitter and wherever else where, when this had happened, like, that was it. This is the big one again, just like this was the big one, and that 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 was the big one. And obviously they all were not the big one. And I thought to myself, okay, well, that's really interesting. We were here, and now we've, finished the week here, and it's not even 1% that we're down for the week and off all-time highs. But yes, the collapse is here again. I have to chuckle to myself. To myself for that. Excellent. Glad to hear. Just keep coming back and asking questions, taking notes and things like that. That's, my 2 cents on it, what I did. Some things I'm a faster learner, some things I'm a slower learner. I was able to learn a lot about technical indicators fairly quickly, how to apply them, how to use them really well. I was not so fast to learn that. That was a really big challenge for me. Really big challenge, actually. teach their own. Some things I have my strengths and weaknesses, and like anybody else. Okay, what else? What else can we talk about? Well, a good start today. Last few weeks have been kind of quiet on these, so appreciate the interactions and much better flow to things. All right. I don't know. What do we want to talk about? We did a big market recap last week and ran through all the sectors, so I don't see any reason to do that again. Nothing has really changed a whole lot since then. Guess we could talk about some of the crazy flyers with precious metals. SLV silver. So what's silver done? I haven't looked at it in a couple of days. So yeah, maybe it's found a bottom. Doesn't seem like an unreasonable spot for it to have found some support there. Looking at it here into this area where it kind of hung around, tried to take off, tested it back before it really shot itself out of a cannon. So perhaps it's finding some legs there to bounce on silver. I will not be participating in it. Gold, GLD, what are you doing? In the same boat. I like this chart better, actually, though. Can reclaim this area. Obviously, this is a big inflection point for whatever reason. But you got this huge hammer coming down here that tags and comes back up. And you're right back at that point right now, kind of running sideways on the day here right now with that. So that's an interesting level for gold to be dancing around. How do we look at Bitcoin on these charts? I never look at Bitcoin, but I know it crashed hard last week. Someone smarter out there, throw me a ticker. I'll try to web search one. I guess we could look at Monster, right? MicroStrategy, sorry, not Monster. Let's look at MicroStrategy. Poor Michael Saylor. No, MicroStrategy is bouncing, so I'm guessing Bitcoin is bouncing as well. It is beat up, to say the least. Chris, can you please share the link of the TradeWave? Yeah, so the TradeWave is a feature. I'm going to give you a video on how to access that. It's an indicator on the chart, but also aside from the video, I'm going to go over how to get to it as well. Just give me a minute looking. This is a good video though to refer to. You don't have to refer to it now. You can put it in a tab or bookmark it or whatever you want, and you could reference it on your own. But so, all right, depending on what version of the software on, if you are on the current production build, what you're going to need to do is this. Hold on. I got to change this. Manager. Okay. And we're good. All right. And let's pick on Apple here. All right. So if you're on the production version, you're going to see an FX here on the chart, and you'll go ahead and click that, and then you'll get the TradeWave there, and you'll be able to click and turn that on. And there's a few different items in here that you can see just the last two flags. You can see all flags. I would highly recommend not messing with anything else in there besides the flags until you really understand. Or if you already do, you understand what EMAs are and how they work in the cross and slow and fast and all those things like that. At which point, should you so decide, by all means, go ahead and mess around with it to the way you'd rather see it set up for making the crosses. If you are on the public beta, then you will not have the FX there. It'll look like this instead. Bear with me. I got to adjust my chart again. New indicator manager. Okay. Your chart will look like this. You're going to go to the indicators here, and you can turn the trade wave on through that right there, just like that. And that'll give you these little buy and sell flags there. There are 3 scans for the trade wave and 3 only. You will find those, and there's no adjustments with these. I wish that we could have, allow for customization and building of these, but they run on a completely different technology that is it's not something we could push forward to the user at this point. But you can get these scans. So if you go to New, go to Market Explorer. Now, I find a lot of people have trouble with the Market Explorer, which I don't really get, because you got the user guide link literally built into it to help you understand it. If you click that, you would get the user guide part of the Market Explorer, which goes on to how it works. However, people seem to struggle with it for whatever reason. And if you just right-click this window, you get Select Strategy, and you've got all these pre-built strategies in here. Trade wave down here. And so you get a daily, a weekly, and a 5-minute buy. There's no adjustments with these. It's you get what you get, and that be it. And as anything meets the scan, you're going to find it come through here on the trade wave alert. So that's the short and skinny on the trade wave. Again, the video that I just shared, I go over those items, a little bit more detail and thoughts behind a few things, but I'll let you go at that at your own leisure. And questions here, of course, let me know. Mike C, what's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, that takes a care of trading. 2 things you would do differently in the last 3 years of trading. Never violate my stop, and always stick to my plan. I guess I could put those as one thing. I've had a few times over the last couple of years where I said, all right, let me just, it's going to make a bounce here. It's a sin that undisciplined traders do. And I've got my moments, unfortunately, still. And all of a sudden, what was, let's, for example, say going to be a $100 loss became a $200 loss, which was just really stupid. It's just that simple. And the worst thing that could happen is if you violate your trading plan and then you get a win out of it, because then you're like, oh, well, I got away with it this time, and, it'll be all right next time. And that's just not how it works. And the market will show you that. It'll make it real clear to you. And then let's see. Really, just the main thing I would change is just sticking to my trading plan, because everything I could think of all revolves around my trading plan. So I have a rule in my trading plan. If I trade a stock and I exit it, I cannot trade that stock again for at least 2 days, no matter what happens. So a few weeks ago, I was in APLD, and actually I was in it more than a few weeks ago. All right. I was in APLD here-ish, and it moved up, and I should have probably taken profit somewhere up here, but I didn't. And it came down, didn't stop me out, came all the way back around. And as it started to pull back in the side, I got out again. And then, I decided, I was like, what, maybe I didn't really want to get out of it. I got back in it like, one of these days here. And while it made a run up, it then made this run back down, and, moving back up, and I'm, green again with it. But all the same, I just, don't trade stocks within the, that's one of my rules. You get out of it. You got out of it for a reason. Let it reset up. Let it really give it time to reset up. Every time I don't do that, I end up kicking myself like, damn it. Because it's not just about a loss for me. There's other setups that I liked, and now I didn't take them because my money's now tied up with a position that I didn't necessarily really want to be in, but FOMO jumped me back in that position. And I was just giving you an example. I've been stalking AXTI. I had a really good trade in this a month ago, I guess. I grabbed it on this day here somewhere, and I got out on it this day here. I got it out the very next day because I was like, that's just a really beautiful profit, and I can't not do that. And then, it went up and it moved down, but I've been watching it nevertheless, and as this indicator moved up and we started to meet here, I said, gee, above 20 bucks, I want to be a buyer in this again. Only my capital was tied up because of APLD. And so I couldn't be a buyer of this. And now here we are $7 plus later. And I'm pretty pissed at myself today and Friday because I couldn't, that was it. I missed my opportunity because my capital was tied up. So just, these are the things that I would change over the last 3 years is when you have a plan, when you become systematic, stick to the system. You'll never have one. If your system gets you a 50% win rate, you win 50% of your trades, you lose 50% of your trades, but you're making $2 for every dollar you lose, you're coming out so far ahead. And even if you were at 40% win rate, and let's say you were making $3 to every dollar you lose, you're still coming out in incredibly even further ahead than if you were 50-50. So those are the big things. It's really, that's it. Discipline, 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 discipline. Trading plan, trading plan, trading plan, trading plan. Anything outside of a trading plan is gambling. It's just that simple. So that's what I could really say there for that. Netflix. What about Netflix? Look at it real quick. Guessing I haven't looked at this chart in a long time, but I'm guessing they did a reverse split because last time I remember the stock was like $700 or something like that, and I'm seeing the lifetime high of 134, meaning that there must have been a split. Netflix has an ugly chart. I mean, if anybody's ever wondering what a falling knife looks like, Netflix from the top here, or you really want to call it a falling knife from here, whatever you want to, wherever you can pick it, wherever you want, but I'm guessing that was an all-time high back there. And then just weak, gonna bounce. Nope. Gonna bounce. No bounce. In hindsight being areas that I started looking for support, I'd have looked for support around here. Whoop, that's a terrible line. And I don't like, I'm going to violate something right here. I'm supposed to leave these browser charts up, but for the purpose of this exercise here, I like this drawing tool better. I would have started to think, all right, this may be an area to look for a bounce. I'd have been wrong. I mean, that's where my eye would have went because look, we got to move up. We bounced off it. We tried to violate it. Couldn't, really bounced off of it. So I'd have looked for this area for some strong support. It is clearly well below it at this point. And so where's it headed to next? I don't know. I mean, it's not going to zero. They're not going bankrupt, nothing like that. But, picking bottoms can be tough, right? Picking bottoms can be tough. That's for sure. I guess you could argue this $80 level could be a good spot to find some support. I was looking at Netflix. I could see that argument there without a question. Then you start to, move the line down a little bit to the next areas where you think you might find some support, 74-ish after 80. And keep moving down the line, 70-ish, 72, something like that. So that's what I'd be looking at with Netflix. Clearly, earnings was a very negative reaction for them. So there's that. Stacy Chris, is this something? This is something new to me. Can you review those steps again? Sorry, Stacy. I'm trying to catch up on everything that was here. I'm guessing you're talking about the trade wave. So I'm going to put the video in for a second time, but the video you can save for, later when we're not in the live stream. So again, with the trade wave, if you are on the current beta, you're going to look for the indicator manager up here in the corner. It's the 3 bars with the squiggly line above it. You click that, click trade wave, and you'll have these little buy sell widgets on your chart. They happen in real time. If you are not on the current beta, you're on the production version, you're going to find a little FX up here instead. Come on, FX. There you go. You're going to find that little FX there instead. And then you click the trade wave with that FX instead. So those are the 2 options there based on which you are on. And then, Market Explorer. Yeah, you got it. So Market Explorer, let's pull over the menu bar. New. Market Explorer. You get this little window right there. I like to expand it out just so we can see what we're doing. Anywhere in the right area, in the blue area, go ahead and give a click. Look for Select Strategy. And you got all these here. The only ones you can't access unless you have the add-ons are the Go No Go and the AVWAP, Anchored VWAP. Those are add-on. Those are add-ons because we license those proprietary trading whatevers from indicators from different various folks. So they really get the cut of that, not us. But it's just, it's a way for us to appeal to their followings. So those are what you get in there. There's quite a few scans in there. If anybody's into the strength alerts, if you want to see more from the strength alerts and not just the top 5, you get all this here with their rankings, updates throughout the day. It's dynamic in that regard. All right, I think I'm all caught up here. Looks like I've entertained Bill. Yeah, I think we're all caught up here. All right, good stuff, good stuff. That, move that back over. So yeah, man, I ain't looked at Netflix in a while. Could have sworn I was hearing all this talk over the last however long, especially over the last year, 7 stocks holding up the market, and Netflix was one of them. It don't look like Netflix is holding up the market to me. I was never really strong at math, but I would bet that Netflix is weighing heavily against the market. That's just me. Let's take a look at some of these other big cappers. Meta, what are you doing? Come on, chart. You can load. I know you can. There we go. Well, down. Not insanely down, but that's interesting because very positive reaction on earnings for Meta, only to give it up and fill that gap very orderly afterwards, fighting to try to see if it can bounce off that earnings report. But Meta off all-time highs as well. Let's see Microsoft. What is going on, keyboard? Microsoft. Pretty beat up. Bad earnings for Microsoft as well. Bad reaction to earnings. I don't know if the earnings were good or bad. And I just assume that every company's lying about their earnings anyway, so I don't really care what their earnings are. The only thing I'd ever care about is the reaction. But I think it's fair to say that every one of these companies lies as much as they can about their earnings and their guidance and everything else. Who else is a big player we could look at here? NVIDIA. Mostly running sideways off its all-time high. A whole lot crazy to talk about here. They got earnings coming up, post-market of the 25th of this month. So we'll see what happens there. Kind of a non-event at this point. It's funny, I keep pulling up the Apple chart. I haven't even really looked at it yet. Not far off all-time highs. All-time highs right there. Positive reaction to earnings overall, it looks like. What do you know? Palantir, that's a good one to look at, yeah. Who doesn't love a company that spies on us and collects all of our data and is going to order and index us all into a perfect society, right? Good bit off all-time highs there. Initial positive reaction to earnings, negative right afterwards, trying to bounce again. But, certainly under some pressure here like that. got some work to do. Got some work to do to get over these levels if it wants to get back up towards the top there. It's a lifetime ladder. Must be missing. There must be another one or two stocks. Google, right? Forgot about the Googs. It's sitting pretty healthy overall. Negative reaction to earnings. Not overly negative by any stretch of any imagination. Not terribly far off a lifetime high. 350 and change. Sitting at 326 and change. Amazon. AMZN, is that Amazon? Yeah. Woof. That's a bad reaction to earnings. 258 and change is the lifetime high there. And bounced off of 200. See where it can go from there. So I don't know, out of all those major stocks, I mean, none of them are making all-time highs right this moment. None of them are taking off or anything like that. And while the market isn't, it's also not selling off. The SPY does look better than the NASDAQ overall. NASDAQ through the Qs. A bit more weighted on the tech, so impacted thusly. So we got some time before Barry comes back. Everybody, don't be shy. I've got some questions for me. Answer those right up. Best I can anyways. For the moment, as far as the market goes, looks like we are stuck going this way. We'll say that the 30-day market breadth, obviously to the bullish side here. It's been this way most of the day. Find my, it's on another screen, bear with me. Stocks above their 50-day making new highs versus stocks below their 50 days making new lows. Again, usually this one is a little more even. Usually see this one more like 60-40, one side or the other. Second time recently where I've seen it really to the bullish side. So we'll see what happens over the coming days here. But definitely way more stocks above their 50 days making new highs than stocks below their 50 days making new lows. All right. Sorry, I was clicking on something and I lost a web page I like to keep up. I guess let's go through some stuff on my evening scan now. It's a bit early to be doing that, but what the heck, right? So VNet and China. I don't really know what to say about this stock. I mean, it's sitting way down here, move up, move down, trying to get back up again. This area right here seems to be tough for it right now. You're a believer in China, perhaps that's one you want to believe in. Banco Santander. I don't really care about that stock. ETRS. It's a pharmaceutical stock. Yeah, pharmaceutical stock. Gonna pass. I don't care for the chart to start with. Also, I'm not opposed to large floats like this, but no, just no on this one. Brazilian small caps. Interesting to see how Brazil's doing, but no. WULF. Oof. Very large float on this. Very choppy and messy through here. Very choppy and messy through here. I'd love to see it tighten that up. But, sitting at multi-year highs right now. You go back here 4 years anyways. So you can't really dislike that about it. Not making my list in any capacity, even at the end of the day scanning, but not a terrible looking setup. I just don't like the volatility of it. That's not to say I don't like volatile stocks. Just that I didn't care for. Nope. Oil and gas field machinery. Tough. Kind of mutish reaction to earnings in here. But this consolidation period, it's really kind of broken out of it. But looking at the headwinds it's got above it, and the question is, can the oil and gas industry get itself going as far as price wise? So it's NOV. FDD. Not European fund, don't care about you at all. SM, another energy company. No. Still in a downtrend. Don't like that. Remember, in order for stocks to go up, the first thing they have to do is they have to stop going down. And sideways is not stopped going down. The stock has been moving down and starts moving sideways, it's still in a downtrend. One Spa World. Who doesn't love a good spa trip, right? That's sitting here near all-time highs. I'm guessing either that or that's the all-time high. I think this is. It's not crazy. The chart. Sometimes you just got to feel that chart. I'm not seeing anything so far that I like. Again, anybody with questions, right? Don't be shy. Stop me. Throw a question out there. I'm just trying to, keep things engaging and relevant right now while no questions are coming in. ASX. Semiconductor related, out of Taiwan. No float. Don't like that. It's a bummer that our provider didn't give us that. Moving nicely, very nicely. Positive reaction to earnings. Would need it to I'd like to see either pull back into 20 or consolidate up here, but it's a lifetime high for it. Yeah, there's a lot to like about this chart. So this could be one of those ones where I talk about stalking it. Now I have other stuff on my list that I do like better than this currently, but if I didn't, I'd be marking this chart with a heart right here, and I would be following it over the next few days to see if I can't find myself an entry on it, especially at all-time highs, meaning there's no overhead resistance on it. OSW. Oh, we did that. I was like, that sounds familiar, but they swapped. SC Schwab. Nope, don't care about you. ROIV. Really try to stay away from these research development science ones. Surely because you never know when you're going to wake up to a bad FDA report. However, do like that and how it popped up out of that, and clearly a very positive reaction to earnings. I was really interested in this. I'd wait for either a pullback again or some kind of consolidation, trying to salt it again. again at lifetime highs. So that's it. This one I'm rocking here, Mike. See, I like this for the daily charts, what I'm going through. Normally I'm going through this either after hours or early pre-market, marking things up. The old evening scan, trusty dusty. MGY, I think this is oil and gas scan. Yeah, I traded this years ago. I traded the stock a ton when energy was ripping and roaring back in like, I don't know, the end of 2020 all the way through the beginning of 2022. Really big move over the last few weeks. Not far off an all-time high. I'm guessing that's it back here. Looks like actually it's a little further back. The IAB. Another all-time high on the stock. Well, this thing is ripping too. Ooh, I wish I'd seen this days ago. Beautiful explosion into and out of 20. Well, it has passed us by. Very positive reaction to the earnings that happened on the 28th of last month. And another one at all-time highs. A lot of all-time highs right now, looking at. APA, that is definitely oil and gas. Nice trend going on right here. Way off any kind of lifetime high. And I mean way off. 2780 and 69 is the lifetime high. Very large float on that, 350 plus million on it. An interesting spot that it's at here, you know. Broke down, couldn't get through it, couldn't get it and hold it, got it, and now is trying to hold it and turn prior resistance into current support. We could do that. Got a little bit of room. Some different levels to look at there. I already kicked myself about EXTI. Nothing I can do about that now. It has since passed me by. No. VICI. Some kind of REIT, I guess. Leasers of non-residential buildings except mini warehouses. Interesting. Nope, terrible looking chart. NVST. So trying to rebound here. Off any kind of lifetime high, medium-sized float. Very positive reaction to earnings here. Got some room. Definitely got some room. It's a chase at this point, but again, this is where I'd look for it to maybe try to backfill and defend the gap here as an entry, or just to consolidate for a while. I'd need that to consolidate for like a week or two. COLB, Columbia Banking System. No. Match Group. Oddly enough, they kind of want people to stay single now. This way they keep subscribed to their platform, right? Would make the most sense. Hey, Oz, how are you? Good to see you. And my day is chocked with meetings tomorrow. I'll also be here tomorrow, too. You guys get me double dose of me this week. Anyways, yeah, MTCH Match Company, not good. Not good at all. Right, Barry?
Well, I heard what you said. You know, you're right. It almost, you know, we don't want a lot of, we want people to stay unmatched forever, but keep using our service.
I mean, seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, exactly. I never thought of it like that.
I,
That's hilarious.
I mean, I will say this for them, much like the funeral business, they're never going out of business because there's
No,
always
they're
going to be a
not.
new crop of people dying. There's always going to be a new crop of singles, a new crop of people old enough to use these
Well,
kinds
and
of
don't forget
services.
divorces. I mean, you might get hitched up, and then you get divorced, and you use it again.
Absolutely.
So
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
exactly. And some tried many, many times, many times.
I have an ex-boss
Uh,
who's got 4 ex-wives. So
oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. That's what. Well, I don't know what his situation
no,
is.
it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It really
It's
is.
ridiculous. I can't speak for all of the ones that might be out there like that.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
can speak for him,
Could be a
though.
guy sitting out there. What are you talking about? I can tell you exactly why I did it. Not me, but
Yeah.
somebody out there. Oh, wow. Well, Chris, listen, thank you. It's 1:00 now, so I will take over. And I just heard you
Alrighty.
say that you will be in the room again tomorrow. So look forward
That
to
is
talking to you
correct.
tomorrow. Okay.
And I
Thanks,
stopped
Chris.
the sharing, so you should be good to go.
Okay.
All right.
Give me a
Take care,
moment.
everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Adios.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. One couple of things to do. Around, who asked that question? Swinging Cat. Are you still around? Because I can kind of explain. It's not a game. Okay. It's not. What did you call it? You call it. Is it a fun game thing? Well, no. It's just okay. A couple things. It's a different way to present our data. Okay. So let me explain what the race concept is all about. Are you a subscriber to? Oh, you're considering to buy it. Okay. It's just a different way of presenting our data. It's not the only way, of course, but I think it's kind of beneficial, especially if you're new to trading, because it creates a watch list for you that you can watch all day long. But let me explain what you're seeing here. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Moment. Okay, I don't know why I had to restart it. I am running a 4-minute race. Okay, so usually takes about 30 seconds to rev up, but eventually, just like here, you're going to see that 0.61%. What that means is since the race started in this race 3 minutes ago, this stock has moved the most. It's not like a huge move or anything like that, but this stock has moved the most. Cedro. Let me wait for 30 seconds here, and you're going to see this race here will have. It's a lot more volatile. You'll see bigger percentage moves. Okay. So what does this mean? GOAI, 2.9%. So again, since the race started, this has moved the most percentage wise, and that's why it's at the top of the list. Doesn't mean it's going to stay there, of course. It's a 4-minute race, so anything can happen in the 4 minutes. But what does happen is that over the course of time, since I start running my race at 9:30, since I ran my race, one feed has won 3 races. UOKA has won 2 races, etc. It's a bit of a strange day because a lot of times you're going to see like the top 2 or 3 have won multiple races, like 10, 15 races. But this is what's happened today. So it gives you, first of all, it gives you a nice watch list. Okay. You could just watch these stocks all day long if that's what you wanted to do. You can click. So if I wanted to click on feed to see what was happening. So, right now I'm looking at feed. Well, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you might be looking at, that purple, that mauve line on the chart. That's the VWAP. What if it popped its way through? That might, if that's your style of trading, and seeing a stock that takes out the VWAP and starts moving, putting your stop just underneath it, that could be your style of trading. So this is not necessarily stocks at the high of the day. It's got nothing to do with that. Biggest gainers, nothing to do with that. It just, but I will explain why you're seeing these stocks. So again, you can click on anything that's won a race before. What is it doing? Another one's kind of hanging under the VWAP. Doesn't look that great right now. The BRLS, which was, this could be a late dayer. I mean, if, it takes out the high of the day, and, another one that's just over the VWAP. Again, it depends on your style of trading. So the way I use it anyway, I don't wait, number one, for a race to be over for me to click on the symbol. So I'll click on the symbol if it's leading the race, GOAI, and just see what's happening. Is it setting up? To me, I don't like the way this 2-minute chart looks. It looks kind of gappy, even on a 2-minute chart. But you never know what you're going to see until you click on it. I wouldn't necessarily just wait for a stock to be at the top, though. I would, if I see something, as long as it's in this list, I'll click on it. Maybe it's setting up. Okay, BMNR. We know that's a crypto play. Maybe if crypto is starting to move a little higher now, maybe this is a play. So that's number one. So it's certainly not a game. Okay, it's not a game. Now, number two, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click and in the body of the race, notice one of the options is to open the top list. And I'll just right click on the top list, because right click, launch real-time stock race. So the thing is that all races start from a top list window. So in this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. And of course, you can construct your own with your own set of parameters. But what I'm looking for here is stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares are traded, and at least up 2% from yesterday's close. So hopefully it starts to make sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then launch the race on it. You could even start a race based on maybe a watch list that you've got. Maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you like to watch every day. Maybe it's a different basket every day, but you can, just watch those stocks every day if that's what you want to do. So before we had the race concept, and you can still do this, the way in which a person could use a top list window is, as long as you had the column header, which I do in this case, which is the change from the close. The C% means the change from the yesterday's close, so Friday's close. I can sort on it, okay? So I can find the stocks that meet the filter requirements that I've constructed. What are the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close? So here's BRLS up 136%, etc., all the way down this list. I wanted to do a check on what stocks are up the most from the opening trade of the day. This one is BRLS. It's still up 96%. But here's VSME as an example. I don't know where it is. It's up 32% from yesterday's close. But that's how a person can use a top list window. Still, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. As long as you had that as a column header, you double click on it and you can rank it, sort on it. So that's number one, okay? But what the race does is this. And it's not bad to, you might see the same stock over and over again in the race. Not really today, though. I mean, BRLS it's only won its second race. Again, this is a little unusual today. Usually the ones that are very active at the top here will have run multiple races. But the beauty of the race really is also this. What if, let's take a look. Here's Galaxy. I've been talking about Galaxy a little bit today, GLXY. And it's up 8% from yesterday's close, Friday's close. What if all of a sudden it was just starting to move? It was up 8%, 9%, 10%, 11%, and it was really starting to move since the start of the race. Well, how would you know that? Okay, how would you know that? I don't know, we're going to do stare at a list of stocks to see what is moving. Well, that's what the race can do for you. It can all of a sudden see a stock that is starting to move. It could be buried in the bottom here and really starting to move. Okay, so here's Kerr. I don't even know where Kerr is. Where is Kerr, CURR, in this list of stocks? There it is. I mean, it's up 20%, but nothing's saying that it can't eventually end the day at 40% up. Okay, so it's just started. I don't think I've seen this one all day, but maybe it's getting started. Okay, so that's how a person can use the race just to spot stocks in your list of stocks that are starting to move up the leaderboard. So it's not a game. It really isn't. But I think the other powerful part of it is that it creates a top list or a watch list for you based on the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay, and then that gives you some focus. This race is a little bit different in that I've added a couple of things. And notice, well, actually, this is a pretty big list still. Sometimes, depending on the day, because these are large cap movers. If the market was down today, this list would be a lot smaller. Because what this is looking for In this particular one, the price range between 10 and 70, 200,000 shares minimum have traded up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three filters right here are the key ones. The market cap has to be at least half a billion. The float has to be at least 50 million. And then this position in the day's range, if that's at 100, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So when I put it at 95, it means it's going to be close to the high of the day. So that's why, it's usually restrictive of how many stocks you see in this list. The other thing too is the list is static. I mean, it won't be the same all day long. Stocks will come in and out depending if they're meeting the filter requirements. The same thing with this list here. But this list, again, it's more of a high cap or large market cap list. And so while you don't even get stocks that are up 1%, just because of the market cap and other, and the minimum float. This one has none of those restrictions. So that's why you can get some wild percent moves. So, for people who are kind of new to trading, this is probably, I would consider this maybe a better way to start, just because it's not as volatile. The stocks in here can be extremely volatile. I mean, look at BRLS. It got up to 172 and they came back down to 124. I mean, that's a big percentage move. So, but you can create your own list of stocks that you want to see and then run the race on it. Now, I'm not saying this is obviously not the only way to use trade ideas, okay? But I think it can be very beneficial to people who, don't want to have a watch list basically created for them. There's nothing for you to do. Just have a watch list that's created for you and just watch those stocks for the rest of the day. So that's a sort of a general idea of what the racing is all about. I don't know if you have any other questions. What can be really interesting is, especially later in the day, in the afternoon, like it is now, all of a sudden you see some stock that you haven't seen all day long, and you see it in here and it's zipping up, and you click on it and you see, wow, this is starting to move now. This race here also is a great race to run especially if the market isn't great. I mean, the market's up 4, the SPY is up 4. But what if the SPY was down 4 and the Dow was down 300 and, basically a big sell-off? If you see stocks in here, that would mean they're really running counter to the market, because these would be large cap stocks that are running really counter to the market. You can set so when you say time frame, you mean time frame in terms of how long the race runs? Swinging cat? So, because I'm running does that mean yes? Or yeah, you can control how long you want the race. You can control how long you want the race to run. You can control when you want the race to start. So if I right click on this, I'm just going to duplicate it because I don't want to overwrite it. So, and this is all in our guide, of course, but I'm going to stop the race. And then if I right click on it, show the race setup. So for instance, minutes to run. I've picked 4 minutes. You want to pick 1 minute, 3 minutes. I may not want to pick 1 minute. It's a little too, you'd be too much information, I think, coming at you. But, I probably wouldn't run anything less than maybe even a 3-minute race, but you can run 10-minute races, 15-minute races. I picked 4 minutes years ago when we had the concept, when it was developed. Nothing magic to it. It's just what I picked. The other thing you can do, there's this is now general for everybody, of course. Some people want the race to start in the pre-market. You can run the race starting in the pre-market. You can run the race starting when you load trade ideas. So assuming if you load trade ideas before 9:30 Eastern time, the race will start to run. Okay, so what I've done is I've said auto start at time 9:30. I want my race to start running at 9:30. That's just my preference. Nobody has to do the same thing. So it is very customizable, very, very customizable. Well, you can actually add what I would probably do is add within the top list. I would add that as a filter to make sure that if you're going to see it, it has been a volume spike. So, for instance, if I right click on this again just to duplicate it, there's an easy way to adjust everything. Again, you don't have to remember this. You're not a subscriber, but if I added to this top list window right now, and I type in volume, okay, say a 5-minute volume spike. Okay, 5-minute volume spike. Add the filter. So that means I could, if I wanted to, I could put like 400. That means if you look at the summary, the volume in the last 5 minutes was at least 400% of normal, as an example. Many, many tools, though. I mean, this is just in the race. Okay. We do have 1-minute volume spikes, but they're more for alert windows, like the real-time scans. So let me go over, excuse me, let me go over one of those. Again, this is just one way to use trade ideas, okay, as a race. But here's a scan that I've got. And what I call a scan is a real-time alert, okay, a real-time alert. So in this scan, if I right-click and configure, so this is what it's looking for. Now you see I've got in here the last 5 minutes is 250% of normal. I could add the volume in the last minute is 500% of normal, as an example. So what happens here is if the stock is between $2 and $50, minimum on average over the last 10 days is traded 500,000 shares a day. This is a very powerful filter that we've got. The current volume is at least 8. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now it's 1:16 p.m. Eastern time. 300,000 shares minimum. Here's the volume burst I was talking about, etc. Okay. The float has to be at least 10 million, etc. So when I say etc., it doesn't really matter. I don't have to go through every one of these, but how you construct an alert window is you start off with some filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. And so all of these filter values have to be met. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high of the day or a new low of the day, I'll get a real-time alert. So that's what happened with the EAF. You know what? Whoops. I just have to get out of this. So that's what happened with the EAF. Okay. You get a new high of the day right up here and all the filter requirements. And, if it meets your trading style, when you remember this, with trade ideas, you can basically take, we've got a lot of different filters, a lot of different real-time alerts. For the majority of our customers, they can find a way to combine, if you have any trading experience, find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Okay. So what you're actually asking for is more like a momentum scan, which I do have. I don't have it up and running right now, but I do have a momentum scan, which is based on big volume bursts in 1 minute. So, I mean, it's a powerful program. But again, it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. Just because this could be construed as an idea doesn't mean when I see PL, doesn't mean I just absolutely take the trade right away. So the time of day filter is, so what that does for me, well, let me give you, if I have the link here. No, just give me a moment. I'll give you my homepage link, and you can, you can try us for a month. Give me a moment. If you don't like it, just go month to month. I would not go annual. Just go month to month. You can just take our standard service. Okay, you don't have to take our premium service. So if you click on my homepage link, and there's a promo you can use to get 50% off when you get started now, and click on the monthly, little toggle on and off, click on the monthly and the Birdie bundle. I mean, it's our standard service, okay? And if you like it, then of course you can keep going month to month if you want. But if, within 3 weeks, you say, you know what, it's just not for me, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. And the time of day filter for me is all that is. Not everybody uses it. It's just that, see, I didn't want to see any alerts in the first 15 minutes. So that's what that means. Only when the alert occurred after 15 minutes after, well, the open, the 9:30 open. For me, I just, because this scan can be, it can be very active in the first 15 minutes, stock moving up and down, up and down, up and down. So I like to delay the first alert until at least 15 minutes. It's still a real time alert when you get it. I just want to delay it for 15 minutes. Doesn't mean after 15 everything is settled down, but certainly it's more settled down than in the first 15. That's now you people listening to me, they don't have to do that. You can take that filter out if you feel comfortable enough trading right off the bat. Great. If I were actually really starting out, I would probably delay it for 30 minutes. You're going to miss the ones, of course, that just rip right from the beginning. But I used to try to trade right off the bat, like right on the open, because it was exciting. You see all these stocks moving, and I just got beaten up too much, and so I just stopped doing that. Because what can happen is if you take a couple of 2 or 3 quick losses, you're playing catch up the whole day, and it just sort of, for me, was damaging to my psyche. Seriously, I was getting put myself in a bad mood, and I'm 30 seconds into the market. Now, listen, there are people out there that can trade right off the bat, and that's great. If you can find a way to make money doing that, that's great. Hello, Mike, in our YouTube room. You just have to. Here's the market taking a little bit of a plunge here, a little bit of a plunge. We haven't had. I mean, the market has been very strong all day, but for whatever reason, but it is right here now. So it is 122. I don't think there were any economic numbers coming out. I know Waller is supposed to speak at 1:30, but we're only 122 now. Oh, is he talking? Oh, okay, okay. Because I had it. The calendar said for me he was starting to talk at 1:30. Okay, so he's talking now. Okay, one of the Fed presidents. So maybe he's throwing some, but not really. I mean, remember now, it's trying to come back. So a little bit of a spike down in whatever he's saying. Well, William, I guess I should. I guess we all should have taken the hymns. I just couldn't do it with that news, but I guess we should have done it. That was from your scan at 1791, right about here. I'm sorry, it was right here. But you would have got if you would have got stopped out more than likely, but you could have got back in and then rode this wave up a bit. Okay, guys. Well, let me go over my homepage in a little more detail now for the last time today. William, did you say how long you're going to keep the room open till today, if at all? I apologize if you posted it before. All right, guys. So on my homepage, here's how you can take out a subscription, 345-ish. Okay, thank you. So here's how you can take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas. You can use my code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. The first month only for the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, and that's for both subscriptions, either a standard or premium. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. The company tracks the use of the codes. You see my code being used often enough. They don't mind keeping the rooms free. Why do I say rooms? I moderate a YouTube room. And also for those of you on YouTube, this is the trading room, okay? A lot more action in this trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you're looking for a room that has a lot more action, more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into this room. It's free also. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45 Eastern Time. And I just found out William will keep this room open until 3:45 Eastern Time. So I leave usually sometime between 2 and 2:30, though I'll always stay later for questions if you have questions. So again, this room is open then, and on a big day, most of the time, 6:45 till at least 3:45. Okay. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, so if you click on my homepage link, click on the education section, the more info. First thing you've got to do is the getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? 12 short videos. You're not going to be an expert after seeing the videos, but it'll cover all the key elements of Trade Ideas here. If you don't have Trade Ideas, though, what I would do is start off with that second video and go to the end, which will give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you might want to try. As I said before, if you take out a monthly subscription, it's just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. If you're new to trading, these are 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. Last, if you're not last, I always forget plural, Steve. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit more, why I say plural, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He generates the trade of the week every week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, and it's free. Now, some kind of an issue, they're trying to only deliver it to people who have actually clicked on it a few times in the past. It didn't seem to work though, because I certainly am a person who clicks on it every week. I didn't get it. Though Pepe said that he hardly ever clicks on it, and yet he got it. So the bottom line is this: if you don't think you're getting it, you can contact us. But before you do that, though, also you should check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Okay. Now the trade of the week this week is GME, and it's not a bad trade of the week because the trigger was over 25.50. 25.20. Well, the reason being, Poe, is they were trying to. It was something to do with spam. There was an explanation. Just to get as we didn't want to get flagged as spammers. Okay, so that was the reason. It's in this day and age. So we did not want to get flagged as spammers. So they're trying to maybe just direct it to the people who probably might want to see it. But there are obviously some hiccups. So anyway, the trade of the week is GME. The trigger is anything over 25.20. So before you look at this and say, well, that's terrible, it's 25.43, 24.43. Well, it didn't trigger. Okay, the high of the day is 24.57. So it did not trigger. So it's not a bad trade of the week. Right now, it's just it just hasn't triggered. It may not trigger this week. It may not trigger at all. So it'd be a non-event. And again, with the trade of the week, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, but again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. It is free. Last, if you're looking for the information that I am sharing, races, some scans, etc., and you click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit. So here's what I am currently sharing. So these are the two races. The large cap gainers is here. This race, this race here, biggest gainers from the start of the race. And because the reason why you can get these big percentage moves, it doesn't have a minimum market cap or float. But as you can see, I am sharing other scans. The other one you can see is the halts resumes right here. But I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. If you have any questions about any of these scans, just let me know. So I see Bitcoin now has had a nice, kind of a nice recovery. It's at 70K again. I'm just using IBIT as my, now it's actually had a little bit of a drop here, but it is over 70K now. We're at 70K, I guess. A little over it. Big day, of course, on Friday. And I'm just using IBIT, okay, as my, if I wanted to trade Bitcoin. All right, guys, this could be an interesting one. It is just breaking down underneath the VWAP, okay? And that is OTF. When I say interesting, maybe interesting to short, it is starting to fade a little bit. It's up for the day, yes. Had the big pop up here. Now the VWAP is at 1290, so it's basically right at the VWAP. This could be an interesting short. I'd like to see it clear the VWAP just a little bit more, maybe get down to about 1285 or so, and see if it does that. So I see that STAI got halted. Okay, got halted on the way down. I was kind of hoping it got halted on the way up, but nope, got halted on the way down. So Rig buying this VAL. That was a pretty good one from our AI. I didn't really, I thought it would really do almost nothing, but there it is, VAL. The alert was at, say, 78. It's at 83 now. And William, you said that 80, based on what you were seeing, it could get up to about 84, right? You saw conservatively 80 on the buyout price and maybe up to 84. So looks like you were in tune with our AI. I typically don't look at anything that I'm not looking at Rig. And Rig, it's interesting that Rig it's very interesting that Rig is up on that buyout. That was our AI swinging cat. Okay, it's part of the premium service. I probably wouldn't look at it yet. I would get used to our standard service. Basically, what it does is it generates alerts for you without your having to really do anything. This window would be blank before the market opens. You'll start getting alerts no earlier than 9:40. You see the first one is at 942. You have an alert price. You have a stop price. Again, how you trade it. If you trade it, would be up to you. And I know I glossed over it, but I don't think there's any need for you to do that right away. It might be something you might want to try later, but I would get used to our standard service first. Okay, there's your CCHH. Okay, so it's over $1 now. And now virtually all my scans, stock has to be over $1. That's why I don't see most of those when they're under $1. And yeah, excuse me, yeah, I mean this was a $15 stock back in December of last year, and collapsed all the way back down to 26 cents. Probably Malaysia. Look at the volume. 125 million shares have traded, 3.95 in the float. Traded the float, basically a turnover of 32. And is there any news on this one? Probably not. Well, where could this go? Let's say I'm going to back this daily chart out a little bit. See if I can see these highs here. That's too much. So there's a high at 106. There's a high at There's a high at 106 and a high at 167. So you know what? If this can get over 106, I got to let me just try to put a price alert right around there. So 106. If it takes that out, I'm not saying I mean it's going to get to just because it takes out 106, it's going to get to 176. But wow, I mean that would be the room it has 167 actually. Yeah, I mean you don't have certainly you can just create a top list like that and see that. Whoops, well there it is, guys. Now is it going to run? Just because I got a price alert doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade. But at least now I know it's at that high. Let's see how well it holds it. Well, you can certainly find stocks that are above the 10 and the 50-day moving average. Okay, that is easy enough. I want to make sure. I'm sure we have the 10. Yeah. So the change. Oh, that's the S&P. Sorry. Where's the? There it is. So here's the 10 SMA. So yes, you can find stocks and the 50. So you can find stocks that are above the 10 SMA and the 50 SMA. That's easy enough to do. Okay. Using our filter, you would just say add the filter, and you just put some, whatever number, 0.001, then it will be above it. So that's easy enough to do. And then as far as yesterday's close in the bottom 25% of what? Okay, so that might be a little trickier. So what you're talking about then is let's say pretend that was a daily chart or a daily chart, like 5 minute, just because I've got a nice big bar. So you want it to be down here. You want it to have closed at the 25% and less, the bottom 25% of the previous daily candle. It might require a custom formula. Probably would require what we call a custom formula. I'm pretty sure it can be done though. Pepe, I think it can be done, right? You can find a stock that closed, position in the previous day's range, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a close in the bottom 25% of the previous daily candle. I don't have the formula ready, but I'm pretty sure that can be done. Let me just see. I want to check the custom formulas for the data points that we've got. Yeah. Let me just check. I just want to find the. Okay, let me see if I can just quickly see something here. Yes. So the previous day's high, low, open. So there's the. What is the previous day's close? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can do it. It require, so I'm taking some of the data points we have and creating a specific formula for it. Pretty sure we can do it. Hopefully, but if we can, hopefully that's not that's not a deal breaker. I've just never done it before. Okay, so I can't 100% say would do it. All right, guys. Wow, 143. Man, oh man. Yeah, I talked myself out of it. I mean, look at the alert, 1791, a dollar now on the HIMS, HIMS. I just talked myself out of it because of the news. I did not think would have this sort of, obviously, otherwise I would have taken it. Did not think would have this run based on the news. Ah, however, however, I think that Novo, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. But I think Novo had a Super Bowl ad, didn't they? And they're saying Novo's TV ad for Wegovy pill had misleading claims, FDA says. So that's interesting. I didn't see the ad. And so why am I bringing that up with Hims? Well, Novo basically blocked Hims from issuing for distributing, I guess a pill that I don't know what the correct technical term is, but a clone of Wegovy's pill at $49. And that, of course, is what caused Hims to really surge on Thursday. But then Novo said, we're going to sue you if you keep doing that. Yeah, and Swinging Cat, please do the videos first, okay? The 12 short videos, please do those first, just so you understand, the elements, the key elements of the program before. Now, also, I don't want to mislead you. When you can create customs as long as we have the data points for them, if that makes sense. So, for instance, let me show you something here. I'll just use MACD as an example. Not that I use MACD, but so we've got this. So when the company started in 2003, they felt most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they tried to create. I mean, if I show you, I'll back out of this just for a minute here. That's why they created all these different. These are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Starting off right at the very top, the two most popular ones: the new high of the day, new low of the day. But as I scroll down, there are a lot of real-time alerts. All these icons here are real-time alerts. And again, you don't have to learn them all, of course. I'll explain why we have so many. And then if I keep scrolling down, this is what we have for filters. So, and the reason there's so many is because all sorts of different trading styles out there. So instead of forcing people to learn a programming style or a programming language, they tried to create enough different filters and all those different real-time alerts so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But do we have everything? No. So for instance, if you're looking for MACD, this is a good, for others who are listening and who have trade ideas. And if you're wondering, well, what do they have for MACD, just as an example? So if I type in MACD, this is what we have. We have the 5-minute crossing above and 5-minute crossing below, both on the signal and the zero for 5 minutes. So 5, 10, 15, 30, 60. But if a person is sitting out there going, well, wait a minute, I want the 20. Well, we don't have it. And you cannot create it. Okay. You cannot do a custom formula or filter in order to create it. If we don't, so you just have to deal with what we've got. If I went to, volume. So we have the average 5-day, 10-day, and 3-month. If you wanted like the 20-day, we don't have it. Okay. And so you just have to, and the reason is, I mean, obviously you couldn't create every filter that anybody could possibly want with all the different trading styles out there. So they had to kind of pick and choose and try to cover what the majority of our customers would probably want. Okay. So I don't want to mislead you thinking you can create, right from scratch, whatever custom formula you want. Now you can do things like volume 1 minute, compare it to the volume 5 minute, divide it and all that sort of stuff. So we have the data points for those. And so you can kind of create your own filters using our existing data points. I think so. I think so. Swing. I have a very simple trading style. I don't. I probably. I mean, the only real time alerts I use really is the new high and new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. But that's my trading style, and that's it. So that's today's price, though, right, Pepe? That's today's price. I think what he was looking for is the close of the previous day in the bottom 25% of the previous day's candle. Oh, I see. Okay. So if we have a daily candle here, okay, EAF as an example, he wants to close in the bottom, like 25% or under in the previous day's candle. But listen, if you're trading, don't. I'm sure it's not a deal breaker. Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't think so. Because that's today's price. Whoa, BRLS guys. So this could be the one that has that late day run. Okay. BRLS could have that late day run. Now, the only issue I've got, well, I got a few issues, but looking left, it's going to have to get through all of this, though. I wish it were a clear shot right up to 262. Looking left, nothing. I wish all this weren't here. But this is now the high of the day. And it just got halted. It did just get halted. Well, where's it going to open? So here's the halt price, 172. And here's the potential open, this column. So again, guys, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen has got nothing to do with, or blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. When it's in red, that means that's the halt price. This column trying to show me where it could open. Could open. Does it mean it's going to open here? And if you're not familiar with halts and resumes, they are typically 5-minute halts. So this got halted at 151 plus 27 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 156 plus 27 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. So, you can see this number getting bigger now. So if you got into this one before the halt, you're looking pretty good right now. Because this is the potential open above the halt price. Potential open doesn't have to open there, of course. Over the course of 5 minutes, things can change. So you can see it right off the bat. And it's halted right now, but that moved 25%. Okay, that was 25% move in the 4 minutes. Okay, has to draw your attention. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to, but you sort of missed this, but you would have seen this probably moving up and up the leaderboard very quickly. I'm talking to everybody, not just you. But that is. Now let's see what happens when it opens. I mean, look, if it powers its way through 2 and 211, then you've got nothing till 260. Now we're at 183. So what time is it now? 1:55. So in a little over a minute, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this is going to open. I'm talking about the BRLS. Ugh, Hims just like I wonder if Hims is really kind of reacting to that news that you know Nova's getting a slap on the wrist. Not that it in theory should help Hims at all, but it's not like the FDA is saying you can't sell your pill anymore. I'd like to take a look at Nova that live lighter and a way forward, superior efficacy and safety over the other treatments. Anyway, I'm sure that's not the reason why Hims is moving, but I mean, look at it. It is moving. Okay, guys. So there's the BRLS just open at 184, a little bit above the halt price, 172. Thing is, you did not see any news, right, on this one, William, either, BRLS? I could not find any news on it. Again, not that it has to have news, but this is pretty astonishing, guys. I mean, the Hims is just moving like all of a sudden the FDA is saying, you know what, you can sell your pill now. Seriously. Again, just to refresh, Hims stocks tank on federal crackdown. So the FDA announced decisive steps to restrict compounding pharmacies from mass marketing GLP-1, and that is basically what Hims was doing. And Novo took extreme offense and basically said, "We're going to sue you." All right, now BRLS is halted on the way down. So hopefully, if you took that one, you had your finger on the submit button to get out of it. There's another cheap one, guys, who's trying to break over a dollar MPU, Mega Matrix. Again, look left, all these little areas it could stall. Yeah, I mean, short-lived. I mean, over a dollar. I was really toying with the idea of taking it, but look at this now, underneath a dollar again. CCHH. So are you talking about shorting it, FinFan Forever, or are you talking about even buying it? Because I could buy it at IB. You're talking about shorting it at Schwab. Only by phone. Well, IB said no problem just to buy it normally. I did that earlier. Now, I suppose it's possible during the day they could make a limitation, but when I bought it, it was I can't remember what time it was, but earlier in the morning. Well, you know what? The only broker 100% almost would be something like Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero. I think that you would probably never have that sort of restriction. I honestly don't know how Interactive Broker stacks up against Fidelity and Schwab and E-Trade. I really don't know. It doesn't bother me too much because a lot of times, it's probably prevented me from taking a stupid trade. So it doesn't bother me too much. So, but I could not tell you. Oh, I see. So you can actually call them and then have it universally removed. Is that what you mean? Swinging cat? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So now, do you have IB or what broker are you talking about? Like, I don't know if every broker is the same. That's all. So who's your broker? Thinkorswim. Okay. So that's great news, really. I mean, great information. So for those of you, I know Poe and others, they really ticked off not being allowed to buy certain stocks. They prevent you. You have to phone it in. So what Swinging Cat is saying is that you can if you can get a hold of them, you can phone them, I guess, and sign an affidavit saying that you know what, don't restrict me from buying anything. You just have to verbally agree to some terms of service thing. Oh, they announced it. Oh, so last week they announced it. Oh, okay. So this has not been in force for a while then. Interesting. I'd have no idea if IB has done the same thing. I'm going to kind of watch this one, EAF, if it breaks over 9. This is from William Scan. So very positive for the day, but it was horrible. A bad week, of course. It was yeah, it was a bad day on Friday. It was his earnings on Friday hit hard, and that's EAF. Okay, guys. Well, I'm getting kind of set to wrap it up for me. The wind again. The trading room will still be open till about 3:45. I'll still display my layout. I'll just be off the mic and probably moved away from my desk. Pop back every now and then, and you probably see me, for the first 5 minutes or so doing some stuff. But if you have a question, I can still answer them or answer it. But I'm going to hang around for another minute or so, see if there's any questions either from our YouTube room or from the main room. And for YouTubers, I will put the link in to get into the main room if you want. So okay, Pablo, I'll answer your question in a second. Read it first. So again, for those of you in YouTube, if you want to come into this room, this room will be open till about 3:45. Okay, and remember, this room actually opens at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'm not on the mic until 9, but there's still plenty of activity in this room in the pre-market. So Pablo, if you have our standard service, everything is in real time. Okay, if you have our standard service, if you've created a scan meaning like anything with an alert window in the upper left-hand corner, that would be a scan. Okay, so everything you see here, I mean, this is a don't repeat version of it, but these are all real-time alerts for HIMS. So at 157.04, made a real time, a new high of the day at 1904. So you don't need our premium service to get real time alerts. So just let me know if that makes sense. You have to have our premium service though, I'm sorry, our standard service, so you'll get real time alerts. The premium service is really just if you want to have access to our AI. I mean, that's the main reason. So that answers your question? Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, all real time alerts. You create a scan. You create a scan with whatever trigger you want, new high of the day, new low of the day, or any one of these, and with filters in place. Most of you want a price range you like to trade, a minimum volume you want to see before you look at it, maybe some other filters. So as long as all the filter values are met, and the stock, well, I'll use the new high. It makes a new high of the day or a new low of the day. Whenever you get the trigger, when you get the alert, it is a real time alert. You don't have to constantly refresh. Well, Shraga, there's no such thing as the best trade for now. Okay, first of all, I would never be able to tell you that. I cannot. I'm not an investment advisor. I have to be careful. Even if I thought, you know what, I think this could be very good for you, and if it didn't work, I mean, you just can't. I can't do that. Okay, so there's no such thing as the best trade for now. It depends on your trading style. For this hymns, though, it's certainly another one that's just over the whole number now. KXIN. For instance, we were looking at the CCHH, before Shraga, and we were wondering, okay, what if it takes out that high right there, which is 106, which is the high right there? It could have really started to move, and it moved for about 4 or 5 cents, and then look what happened. So, I mean, again, when I put a price alert on something, doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. The price alert is just to let me know, well, has it got to a level that I will start to get interested. It doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately. So I never would have said, okay, it takes out that 106, everybody should take the trade. Never. I was talking about this one earlier, maybe a potential short, but it's just not doing anything. OTF, not doing anything. Now, BRLS may not be over. I mean, it is. And here's another one that just got halted and resumed. One egg or 1G, sorry. Ugly looking though, very ugly looking. Yeah, I mean, so it may not be over. Over meaning that if it takes out 211, takes out that high. I mean, it's got a shot into the 259 level. Nothing is going to get there, but it would at least clear all this. Be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Okay, great, Pablo. Boy, Hims is still strong. I mean, I mean, I suppose, I mean, it looked like it wanted to pull back here and it was challenging the 19 level, but it just seems to want to keep moving. And obviously, it's got room. I mean, nobody's saying it's going to get back up to the high of Friday, which was around 24, but there's nothing blocking it. Keep looking to see if they've, trying to pump any news out on this, but nope. What the heck is this thing? DFNS. Is this it's one of these. So DFNS, yeah, so DFNS stopped trading as DFNS back here in was that August 25th, 2021. Okay. So this is a corporate rebranding. Okay. So Nucleus announced corporate rebranding and the symbol changed DFNS. But isn't there so NUKK changed their symbol to DFNS. Okay. This is why it gets a little confusing because it looks like DFNS was trading before it, and it was. Okay. Another company had the name, had the symbol, but they stopped according to us anyway, our chart, they stopped in August of 2021. And then so NUKK wanted this symbol, and so they got it, and now it's trading like that today. But it looks like it's flatlined, and it did. All right, guys, it's to 13 now, so I don't see any other questions. So I think I will take off now. So YouTubers, I'm going to end the stream right now. Okay, so I did put my homepage link in. If you want to head over to the main room, click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and to the right, you're going to see a link to get into the trading room. Okay, so we'll see YouTubers tomorrow. I'm going to end the stream.